What I'd like to do this morning is some spade work and look at some reference points that can provide a context for the way we proceed. I'm going to begin by going back to the book from which I gave you a reference last night, Edwin O'Connor's book, The Edge of Sadness. I think he sets the scene for us very nicely. On page 212, 213, he's reflecting on the conversation he's had with his bishop and the encouragement the bishop has given him, and how it was that he came to be in the situation that required him to go to the cenacle. So I'm going to read this section and then a brief piece from when he was at the cenacle. As the bishop had said, I was hardly unique. The telltale thread wound its way through all. The slow neglect of the nourishment of the spirit, the failure to realize that unless this is daily deepened and enriched, then when the fervour and the drive of the young priest fade, as they must, there will be no replacement by a living, ever-growing love. And then, when the aging priest, going through the years, meets the inevitable disappointments, crises, or sometimes just the sudden burden of his loneliness, he may meet them with an emptiness where fullness should be, and the result of that will not be a happy one. Because if a priest has not this continuing current of love, he has nothing. He can turn to no one. His marriage is to God, and if he fails in that, his strength is gone. His very purpose is gone. And so what then? The cenacle? The cenacle, if that is, he's fortunate. If not, there are other roads and uglier destinations, and the priest, like any other man, is not immune to these. In passing, I note an implicit insight there. We human beings engage in a lot of behaviour that is either defensive or compensatory. In 2003, I was in the United States in Louisville, Kentucky, and I spent a week at Gethsemane Abbey and 4 weeks at the university where the Thomas Merton Centre is, Bellarmine University. And being summertime, the university was closed down. There was no place where you could go and have a meal of any substance except a hamburger and chips, and that gets a bit tiring and bad for your health, what's more. There was no place in the little apartment that I was renting to cook anything or to keep anything refrigerated. So I used to walk about half an hour or 40 minutes into Louisville and buy fruit and nuts and dried fruit. Anything that I could bring home and eat without having to cook it or without having to refrigerate it. And I'm not used to eating that kind of fare. And I remember this day sitting on the edge of my bed having a beautiful apple and realizing how miserable I was. And I got to thinking about what motivates us to eat. Why eat? Now, there's an obvious answer to that. We eat for nourishment. You would die if you did not eat. A second obvious answer is, well, you eat for companionship. And I had no companionship there. That was missing. The only reason I could find to eat was to stay alive. And I know in my normal life, I hadn't actually reflected on this, but as if intuitively I knew, there's more to nourishment or nutrition in my eating habits. And I became aware of one other motivation for eating. If you think about it, and I invite you to ask yourself, why do you eat? And often enough in movements of the body, there's an urging that takes us beyond need. We may feel it as need, but it is not a need. It's a like or a wish. I discovered that one of the motivations for eating is consolation. Compensatory. We eat delightful things to make us feel better. It's got nothing to do with nutrition. It's got nothing to do with companionship. It's got everything to do with the grief of being human. Every human being is anxious. It's part of the territory, the human territory. To be human is to face grief. I'm not talking about the grief of lost ones, a member of the family dies or a friend. The grief of being human. The grief that comes with the daily ordinariness of existence. It is my conviction that our culture, our Western style of living, actually never addresses the grief, that there's a lot of free-floating grief amongst our citizens. It's never addressed explicitly. I think it is addressed deformatively, implicitly. Go out and have a good time. Buy something more. And incidentally, one of the things that worries me about the financial crisis at the moment is not the financial crisis, but the response to it. How are the world leaders, the financial whiz kids, dealing with the financial crisis? They're trying to get us back into the consumerist mode again. They want to crank up consumerism. Seems to me consumerism is part of the problem, not the answer. A dear auntie of mine died a number of years ago. A woman I always suspected was fairly lonely. But in her cupboard were 20 pairs of new shoes. Unused. You've heard the expression retail therapy. You've heard the expression of impulse buying. You pay top dollar to get your product at eye height in the supermarket, or better still at the checkout counter. Why do people buy these things? Why does consumerism work? Anxiety. People seek consolation, surcease from the pain of being human. So we end up buying and buying and buying. And does it help our anxiety? Does it deal with our grief? Does it help us to be better human beings? No, it means we have more garage sales. And we destroy the environment. Garage sales are one of the great symbols of our culture. Because we've got houses full of stuff we don't need. It would seem to me that the financial crisis presents us with a hitherto unheard of opportunity to sit down and say, what's going on with us? How are we dealing with our humanity? How are we dealing with our world? How are we interacting with our rivers and our air? Maybe if the powers that be don't do that, maybe you and I should do it. I would suggest to you that the most practical and the most helpful question you can ask yourself at any moment of any day is, what's happening? What's actually going on, Michael? I use the experience of eating and the compensatory behaviours that can get into that. So we end up eating more than we need to eat, or the wrong kinds of food. And incidentally, you may or may not be aware, but people who produce fast foods know how to tap into that compensatory behaviour pattern. They put a lot of sugar, they put addictive kinds of things into the food. It all sounds terribly conspiratorial, but it's true. Get people going back to get that hamburger because there's sugar in the bread. And it's a fairly cheap meal too, of course. The next quotation is from Edwin O'Connor and The Edge of Sadness, and this is Father Hugh reflecting on his time out at the Senegal, in the desert. He used to go out and say Mass at various places, and he'd drive home at night time, and this is his description of an experience there. I would drive off in the Jeep to spend a few days assisting at a parish church in one of the towns, or at an army base, or at one of the little Indian reservations. Bucky, apart from his romantic notion of the priest on horseback, this is one of the other characters that was there, had not been far wrong in his suspicions. Back to Father Hugh. It was a work of a kind I'd never known before, and along with everything else, it helped. Often driving back to the Cenacle at night, I found that I could think about things I hadn't really thought about for years. And there were moments when, bumping along on a bucket seat over a freeway of baked mud, passing through the strange quiet and the clear shining darkness of the desert night, I would suddenly become aware of a stillness that was something quite apart from the stillness of the night. It was an interior stillness, a stillness inside me, a stillness in which there was the absence of all distraction and unrest, a stillness in which, quietly and without effort, I seemed to come together, to be focused and attentive, to be really present, so to speak. A stillness from which it seemed natural, even inevitable, to reach out, to pray, to adore. Father Hugh in the desert. I introduced the notion of wilderness last night and suggested to you that a reasonable one way to think of wilderness is to follow the etymology of midbar to dabar, that the wilderness is the place where God speaks to us, or a place where God speaks to us. It is therefore a place where we should be willing to go. Where is the wilderness in our lives? I would suggest one signal that you are on the edge of the wilderness is fear. One intimation that you are being called into the wilderness is a voice inside you that says, I don't want to do this. Wilderness is in effect any place where death knocks on the door. The death of loneliness, the death of being out of control, the death of loss, of grief, the death of anger, the death of injustice. Go there. The promise is there awaiting us. I shall be there. As who I am shall I be there. It may not turn out as you would like it to, as you would find pleasant, but it will turn out in a way that is of God. I shall be there. As who I am shall I be there. At the beginning of St. Benedict's rule, written in the 6th century, the first word is ausculta, or in some manuscripts, absculta, which means listen. In Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 through 9, you have the beginning of a prayer that the Jews call the Shema. And Orthodox Jews, males particularly, say that prayer morning, noon, and sunset. It begins, Hear, O Israel, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt. Hear, listen. I would say the first 3 rules of the spiritual life are these. Listen. Rule number 1. Rule number 2, keep on listening. Rule number 3, never stop listening. This afternoon I'm going to talk about the conflict there is in our tradition between moralism on one hand and mysticism on the other. Moralism and all other forms of ideology, for that's what moralism is, sets a template in place which generates what I would call head and teeth spirituality. You figure it out in your head, you grit your teeth, and you just do it, because that's what you're supposed to do. Your experience, your subjective perceptions are not taken into account. I'm going to suggest to you that your experience is more important than any template. I'm going to suggest to you that if you are listening to your experience, and this is my experience of dealing with adults, if you listen effectively and honestly to your experience, when you pick up the Gospels, you will find yourself hearing Jesus differently. You will find yourself listening to the voice that addresses your issues, because the human heart is where Jesus operated. And the human heart can be smothered and can become opaque because we have a template to put in place, because we have rules, because we have principles, because we have virtues to acquire. There's probably some very significant historical reasons why we went down the head and teeth approach, the ideological approach. One of them is the influence of the Greek philosophy. That Aristotle's ethics seems to have had more impact on how we view the good life than the Beatitudes. However, that's a whole other issue. What I would like to do now is to give out these sheets, and on them you will find a diagram, and on the back of the diagram, or the 2 pages accompanying the diagram, some notes. And let me say, this is a way of approaching living. Approaching living that integrates what I've just been talking about. And if you look at the diagram, you need to start from the center and move out. And the diagram I've named the ongoing conversation of daily living. At the center of the diagram is, I've tried to indicate the dynamism, the ongoing movement of relationships giving rise to vision, giving rise to details. Relationships are the heart of it. Relationships with the mystery. Now, I'm going to use the word mystery a lot in these talks. I understand mystery as inexhaustible intelligibility. When we get up in the morning, we step into a reality, we begin a journey through a day where we are constantly face to face with the inexhaustible intelligibility. There is an intelligibility about life. It is comprehensible. It invites us to seek and to question and to learn and to name. But it's inexhaustible. The more you know you don't know. Doubt is a sign of maturity. I knew a hell of a lot more when I was 25 than I know now. The more you get to know yourself, the more you get to reflect on human relationships, the more inexhaustibly intelligible it is. And that's part of the going into the wilderness. The wilderness is a manifestation of the mystery. So I name the ultimate source of this inexhaustible intelligibility as the mystery. The one we call God. The one on whom we've pinned the tetragrammaton. Yahweh. We don't know that one name. We don't understand that one. There is, if you like, in our history, 2 choruses that keep singing and keep harmonizing if there is a healthy spirituality in place. On the one hand, you've got the cataphatic tradition, where the chorus says you can say meaningful things about this mystery, this ultimate source of all inexhaustible intelligibility. It is meaningful to say that God is love. But the other chorus chimes in, the apophatic chorus chimes in, oh yes, but be very careful, because God is not love, God is more than love. Doc Woodbury, whom we mentioned last night, used to have a very down-home kind of way of speaking about the language that we use of God. He said it's likey, naughty, and mory. Whatever you say of God, you are saying it's like this. But remember, it is not this. It is more than this. So if I say God is love, what I am in effect saying is, go to the lookout in the direction of love. Gaze towards that horizon. But remember, God is not love. God is more than love. God is the horizon. And what we call love is but a dim reflection of that. Even more powerfully, God exists. Go to the horizon of being. Look to that horizon. Stand in wonder before that horizon and know that God does not exist. God is more than exists. The apophatic tradition literally says language falls over. There is a movement in our understanding as we approach the inexhaustibly intelligible, the inexhaustible intelligibility of life. We start by naming things. Children do that. Some people never get out of the habit of thinking that they must give definitions, lists, rules, and so forth. But sooner or later, and I'm sure you've all come to this point, where you cross a boundary, where you start to mumble and fumble for words. You can't say it. Think of the simple, common experience of trying to name what's happening with you at the moment. I'm going to do a little exercise with you in a moment, and I'm going to draw attention to the difference between two questions, and it's appropriate to introduce it here. The question why and the question what. Supposing you're feeling angry about something. You're upset. And I say to you, well, why are you upset? Or I say to you, what's it like? They're very different questions. And they're very different in what they do to you. The question why, metaphorically, takes you to your head. You look for an answer. Why? Well, Whelan said something about me that was untrue. You know, he had no right to say that, bastard. Or, what? What's it like? If you ask that question to somebody, and try it sometime in a pastoral setting, what's it like? You'll almost see them look away into the middle distance as they fumble to stand before the inexhaustibly intelligible manifesting itself within them. The seduction of the answer is that I've got it under control. I know exactly what it is. The reality of that open question, what's it like, is that you are now moving into conversation with and starting to be available to the mystery and recognize the mystery that you are. You are made in the image and likeness of. You are a spark of the divine. You too are inexhaustibly intelligible. Is there anybody in this room thinks that one day I will understand myself perfectly? It is the way of life to strip that fiction away from it. The older we get, the more mysterious we become. And the more we move in our language towards silence. And isn't it interesting? One of the key moral injunctions that Jesus gave was don't judge. Judgment belongs to those who've got the answers. The more you experience life as a mystery to be lived rather than a problem to be solved, you keep engaging the inexhaustible intelligibility of it all. And in that you are engaging God. You are engaging Yahweh. And more often than not, you will find this most effective in the wilderness moments, most formative then, as you encounter death in life. The more you live that, the less likely you are to judge. I would suggest to you that that is one of the key traits of the truly religious person. That not only does he or she not judge, but he or she doesn't even feel like it. He or she feels embarrassed at the thought of judging another. It is the experience of Job in those latter chapters. I've been sounding off and I don't know what I've been talking about. Right, back to our circle journey into life, the ongoing conversation. Relationships are key. What I've been describing, the encounter with the inexhaustible intelligibility, is our relatedness with the mystery. That is the primal relationship, the primal reality for all human beings. But it involves a relationship with myself, and a relationship with other human beings, and a relationship with the world. If you want a good description of spirituality, it is two words: living relationship with God, however you name God, with yourself, with other people, and with the created world. Living relationship. You have to live them. It is work. It is commitment. It is effort. And those relationships are living relationships. Some relationships are death-dealing, are dead. Every parent has known the moment when they must say to their teenage daughter or son, don't knock around with that person. That group is not your place. Disconnect. All of us present here have come up against people who are married, and sadly you have to advise them, disconnect. Go. It's not a living relationship. The spirituality is living relationships. To foster spirituality is to foster the relationships in our lives. Concretely, that means fostering the relationship with yourself, learning to listen to yourself. And that's set within the context of this general seeking the mystery, desiring God. Our hearts are restless until they rest in Thee. Now, if we think this way, that relationships are primary, that will give rise to a whole series of questions. Theological questions like, well, who is God? Who is the mystery? Are we talking about a who or a what? Has this mystery entered the world? It is our story. We say this mystery is a who. This mystery is revealed in our history. This mystery has made a promise, I shall be there with you, as who I am shall I be there. I will not exhaust my intelligibility for you, and you will never exhaust my intelligibility. I shall be there. This is a theological conversation that has to happen throughout the ages. It's a theological conversation that you and I must continue all the time. Nothing falls outside the ambit of that conversation. The word conversation is a very interesting one. It shares an etymology with the word conversion. Conversation, in the sense in which I'm speaking about it here, is not just discussion or talk, and it's certainly not argument, and it's not even debate. The one thing that will make a conversation truly a conversation is the openness for, but preferably the desire for, conversion in and through this encounter. Use a non-religious word if you like, transformation. That in my meeting you, I go away a different person to the one who went into the encounter. This requires listening, it requires respect, it requires humility, it requires kindness, courtesy, all those things. People who are into template spirituality, head and teeth spirituality, haven't a clue about conversation. There are people with whom you cannot have a conversation. All they want to do is tell you. It's clear. Why would you want to have a conversation about the resurrection? Jesus rose from the dead. End of story. No, I want a conversation about the Lord. I want to be changed. I want to be transformed in my encounter with you in discussing that. It is worth having a conversation about. I find it fascinating that the Second Vatican Council emphasized dialogue so much, and incidentally the Latin word used, and it's used particularly in Pope Paul VI's first encyclical, Ecclesiam Suum, the Latin word is colloquium, which is normally translated as conversation in English. For some reason, we translated it in the Vatican document in the wake of the Vatican Council as dialogue, which is fine, except the dialogue has a sort of an out there remoteness about it. The danger of using the word conversation, of course, it's too palsy and it's too everything. Oh, I know what conversation is. Remember, conversation and conversion are of a piece. So that this perception of the world in terms of relationships gives rise to theological conversation, legal conversation, institutional conversation, moral conversation that must go on. Conversation is the glue that keeps us in that ongoing journey into life. I mentioned there legal and institutional conversation. Have you ever heard anybody say, "Oh, I'm spiritual, Father, but I'm not a religious man"? The number of young people I've bumped into, why do you need the church? Jesus didn't come to found a church. He just came to show us the way. Well, Jesus is God incarnate in flesh. And something that goes with the territory of enfleshing is institution. If we were abandoned or marooned on a desert island, one of the first things we'd do is have a meeting. We'd find out where we're going to put the toilets, who's going to look after the food, where are we going to get the firewood. We would form an institution. Because without institutions, life is chaotic. And institutions is where the rubber meets the road, I'm afraid. I think the rejection of institution, and it's part of this perfectionism I spoke last night, the rejection of institution is code for leave me alone, code for privatization. Let me have my private world. I will link up with you when it's okay with me. I won't go and be part of a community where it's going to demand anything of me. Where it means the drudgery of meetings and taking minutes and having Leamington sales and, you know, all this sort of stuff. You think, can't we do without it? No. There is no such thing as private spirituality. It doesn't exist. All spirituality, by very nature of its being, living, relatedness, all spirituality is social. All spirituality is community tending. What is religion? A way to think of religion is spirituality incarnated. Spirituality without religion is truncated. Religion without spirituality is soulless. Religion is the concretization in symbols and structures and authority systems and rituals and all that sort of thing that express the living relatedness. We share an understanding of the living relatedness with God, God who is revealed through the Jews, God who is revealed in Jesus of Nazareth. So how do we express that? In certain rituals, in symbols, in authority structures, in the way we dress. That's our religion. But if we lose the soul, the relatedness, we've lost the soul. We're going through the motions. All right. Conversation has to keep happening so that the vision develops, and the vision gives rise to the details, and the details serve the relatedness, and so it goes. Can I suggest to you that Pope John the 23rd, when he called the council, and incidentally on the 25th of this month, it will be the 50th anniversary of John the 23rd, saying to a group of 17 cardinals in Rome, I've got a good idea. 1959. And I think what John the 23rd was saying, we've got to get the Catholic Church back into this circle of conversation. Because when you drift out of that, when the detail, and I would say it'd be very interesting for you to reflect, where and how am I inclined to get out of the conversation, this journey of life? It's hard work, incidentally, this, because it's uncertain, you get wacky people, you get the romantic type, you get the people who are full of good ideas, but they won't put their hand to the plough, all this sort of stuff. And it's much easier to say, well, here are the rules, piss off if you don't want to be part of it, this is the way we're going to do it in this parish. It's a very simple way, untroubled, untroubling, and people say, yeah, good on your father, It's about time we had someone around here who made decisions. I think the place where most people, most men especially, are inclined to get stuck is in detail, in the concrete rules and regulations. They become non-negotiable after a while, and you drift over into moralism, so that the moral details become moralism, and the dogmas become dogmatism, and you get ritualism and legalism and institutionalism, which is only a hair's breadth from sectarianism and bigotry and prejudice, and doing all sorts of violent things in the name of God, because it's true, because it's right. And we could all name many, many instances of that. I'm going to leave you with that, but before I let you go, I'd like to do a little reflection exercise with you. Let me introduce, if you haven't already come across this book, Focusing. I have a few copies of it here, which you may wish to purchase if you like. I'll leave them here, and pay me if you catch up with me during the week. Eugene Gendlin is a psychologist, and he and a group of like-minded people wanted to address the question, why is it that so many people go into psychotherapy and come out worse than they went in? Second question, why is it that so many people go into psychotherapy and come out unchanged? More importantly, why is it that some people go into psychotherapy and are helped? What happens with that group? He gives an example here, and if you want to read the whole example, it's on page 51 through 53 in the book. Briefly, Peggy and John are married. John's an up-and-coming bank executive. Peggy's a part-time school teacher. They have a 4-year-old son. They're living in a small apartment. John's waiting for the word he's going to get the promotion. He comes home this day. He's elated. He's excited. The boss has called him in. They're going to open a new branch, etc. The bank's expanding, and he's going to get a promotion up the ladder. In the course of the excitement, he bumps a plate on the table. Peggy's good china. Smashes on the floor. Peggy loses her temper. In a fit of tears, she runs out of the room crying and goes to the bedroom. Now, at that point, you could say, what childish behaviour? Yep. But it's more important to ask the question, what happened? And it's a question that Peggy asks. She's familiar with this process. Focusing is a way of listening to what's going on. Tapping into the wisdom of the body. She makes herself comfortable on the bed in the bedroom and just sits and starts to say, what's going on here? And starts to think about the things that are pressing on her. and gets down to, it's not this, it's not that. It's this anger at John. What's going on there? What's that like? And she starts to hear the word jealousy coming through. It's okay for him. He's getting on with his career. He's a professional and all the rest. He's going to get the satisfaction of that. I'm a part-time school teacher, etc. But jealousy, what do I feel jealous? I don't want to be a banker. And she comes to the phrase, and it comes out of her innards, I feel left behind. And there's a sense, that's it. I feel left behind. Took her about 20 minutes. She's in a position now to go back to the kitchen and say to John, it's not the broken plate. It's not the fact that you are promoted. But in all this, I'm feeling a bit left behind. They are now in a place where they can have an adult conversation about what is actually happening. Roll back to the moment where she lost her temper. Supposing she'd turned to him and said, this is silly, I shouldn't feel this way, let's have a bowl of spaghetti and break out of it, and let's forget it. And 6 years later, they haven't forgotten it, but they've forgotten that they haven't forgotten it. And it's toxic, and it's part of their relatedness. And if that's the way they relate, you may depend that there are dozens and dozens of other little toxins in there too, that in 10 years' time, 12 years' time, they're going to find, we can't talk to one another. We're irreconcilably different. Whereas this other way, the relationship has moved, it has changed, it has deepened. They are now in a position of truth and reality. They can talk to each other. There are two key parts to the focusing process before I do this little exercise with you. The first is the notion of the felt sense. Have you ever had the experience of going into a room and feeling, I've been here before, haven't I? Or, gee, this feels good. Or, this is odd. Or meeting somebody and warming to them instantly. Or not warming to them instantly, thinking, don't know what it is about that person, but I just don't like him. Or you're going away for a few days retreat and you're thinking, I've forgotten something. And you get in the car and, my office book. You're 20 k's down the road or whatever. Your body, or your bodily being, knows a lot more than you know that you know. When you meet somebody, there is a whole lot of message exchange happening. There's a lot of wisdom in there that your rational mind knows absolutely nothing about. If you can tap into that and hear that wisdom, that's what focusing is about. That will anchor your life much more. That will enable you to pray, to enter into contemplation more effectively. That will also enable you to engage in Lectio Divina more profoundly. It will also help with you with your homily presentation, because you won't talk from the intellectual, you'll talk from the gut. I'll never forget one of my most embarrassing experiences was in the seminary giving one of those, those practice homilies you did. Horrible experiences. Probably the worst experience in the seminary I've ever had. You stand up there and you pretend to give a homily and your confreres are all critiquing you. And we had a layman who used to come in and give us speech practice and homily practice, and he used to critique the homilies too. And after I'd given one of my homilies, he said to me, Michael, he said, that's the kind of homily where people would say, that was wonderful. Didn't Michael speak well? And then if you caught them at the church door and says, what was it about, they wouldn't know. And I said, oh, thank you, Wally, that's very nice. In other words, it's possible to be articulate, to say a lot of rational things, even true things, but just lack power. They lack oomph. They lack humanity because we are not in them. We are not present to them. The only way to be present is not through your head, but through your gut. That's how you get present to people. That's how relationships come alive. The other point, apart from felt sense, is open question. An open question is a question you ask with your head but answer with your tummy. Or ask it and go in here, a private place, and listen. Pay attention. I suggested there are two different kinds of questions. Why did I do that? Or why are you feeling that way? What's it like? The what's it like stops you in your track, and you've got to listen. I'm going to take you through a series of open questions here now, just to introduce you to the notion of focusing. So put your pens and paper down and take up a fairly relaxed position. And when we've gone through the open questions, we'll just finish with a piece from the Psalm 46. And I will follow what I've written down here. It's a bit stilted, but the reason I'm doing it is because I'm going to give you this sheet afterwards, and you might find it easier. All right, just relax. And the first open question is, and don't answer the question. Don't analyse, don't judge, just listen. Get a sense from in here when you ask the question. The first open question is, how are you? Be gentle. Be non-judgmental. Pay attention to the whole sense of the way things are with you at the moment. And don't analyse. How are you? What's it like being you at this instant? The second open question, what matters press for attention at the moment in your life? Listen for those matters. Receive them gently, non-judgmentally, one at a time. Stack them like you would furniture in an attic. Just get a sense of them. Again, don't judge. Don't analyse. What matters press for attention at the moment? The third open question, which matter most presses for attention? Focus on the felt sense that seems to be demanding your attention at the moment. Just let the others be. And again, don't be analytical. Just get a sense of it. Which matter most presses for attention? What's it like? Can you recall what triggered this felt sense? Was it something that someone said? Something you did or didn't do? Or something else someone else did or didn't do? Perhaps it just emerged without any obvious trigger. Fifth open question, does it remind you of any other time or situation or event? Have you experienced this before? Where in your body does it make itself most felt? What's that like? What feelings does it bring with it? What thoughts does it bring with it? Try on some names for this felt sense. It's like, don't force the name, let the felt sense reveal to you whether the name fits. It feels like, it's as if, let us bring this issue and the whole of our lives and lay them before God. Let the words of the psalmist open our minds and our hearts to the present. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am. Be still and know. Be still. Be. The document that is being passed around as background notes for my session this afternoon, it's actually essentially an essay which I wrote and was published in the Australasian Catholic Record a few years ago. It was an attempt by me to articulate something that has been on my mind for a long time, and I think it's somewhere near what I believe is the heart of the challenge for us in terms of renewal, what lies before us in terms of the major work that we need to do in the church. One of the prompts to start thinking this way was a Maryknoll priest by the name of Father Bill Frazier, who has done a lot of work on soteriology, particularly the place of the cross in salvation. And Bill is a very fine scholar, and I found his work very helpful. Another person that prompted me to think this way was Flannery O'Connor. I don't know whether you've read any of her short stories, but one of them is a short story called Revelation. And in that short story, she speaks of a woman. The main character is a woman who's brought her husband, and this is fairly simple, rural, south of America kind of setting. Her husband's been kicked by a cow from memory, and she's brought Claude in to the doctors, and a lot of the short story happens within the doctor's surgery. And a lot of it happens from inside Mrs. Turpin's head. And she's a terribly judgmental person and assigns people places in the scale of Christian goodness and virtue. And there's a retarded girl there who's eyeing her off and gets more and more angry at her and eventually attacks her. But Mrs. Turpin goes home somewhat humiliated and has a vision while she stands on the edge of the hog pen. And the pigs are salivating and snorting and carrying on around in the mud underneath her, and the little piglets are feeding at the mother's tits. And in this particular vision, this is what Mrs. Turpin sees, and if you want to follow it, it's on page 2 of those notes. It's in the quotation towards the bottom. A visionary light settled in her eyes. She saw the streak as a vast swinging bridge extending upward from the earth through a field of living fire. Upon it, a vast horde of souls was rumbling toward heaven. There were whole companies of white trash, clean for the first time in their lives, and bands of black niggers in white robes, and battalions of freaks and lunatics shouting and clapping and leaping like frogs. And bringing up the end of the procession was a tribe of people whom she recognized at once as those who, like herself and Claude, had always had a little of everything and the God-given wit to use it right. She leaned forward to observe them closer. They were marching behind the others with great dignity, accountable as they had always been for good order and common sense and respectable behaviour. They alone were on key. Yet she could see by their shocked and altered faces that even their virtues were being burned away. She lowered her hands and gripped the rail of the hog pen, her eyes small but fixed unblinkingly on what lay ahead. In a moment the vision faded, but she remained where she was, immobile. What I'd like to talk about is moralism, and I'm placing it over against mysticism because I think in the life of the church it becomes the enemy of what I think is the heart of our faith. Let me say something about mysticism before I say something about moralism. This morning I spoke about spirituality as living relationships with the mystery, however we name the mystery, with ourselves, with other people, and with the created world. Spirituality is never private, therefore. It is a relational phenomenon of its very nature. And this is an expression of the core of our humanity. We thrive, we grow as human beings. We find our humanity in and through relatedness and relationship. Religion, I suggest, is spirituality incarnate. Living relationships giving rise to symbols and rituals and activities and community and authority structures and so on. Spirituality without religion is headless, it's truncated. Religion without spirituality is soulless, it's empty, and becomes dangerous, in fact. Mysticism I would describe as being one with the one. In that sense, mysticism is a given, a human given. In the depths of my being, oneness is given already. We are one. I am made in the image and likeness of God. I am an expression of the eternal unity. The oneness that we call Yahweh. My very being, our very beings, creation are expressions of unity. At the root of being is oneness. The human journey is a journey home. It's a journey of restoration. It's a journey of reclamation, because your experience and my experience is not an experience of unity. I don't find myself a unified being. I find myself at odds with myself. I find myself doing things I would rather I didn't do and being ashamed and embarrassed. I find myself caught in conflict. That's a reality of the human concrete situation. But I also know from time to time I catch intimations of another reality, which is possible. A reality of unity. And I also know that I and we are at our best when that unity is allowed to emerge. And one of the most extraordinary paradoxes of that unity is it gives birth to diversity. The more two people love each other, the more they release each other to the other. I always make this point to married couples because there's a tendency now, and you'll see it in the words they want to use in the vows. We want to be lifetime friends. Well, that's a nice ideal, but there's a lot more to the sacrament of matrimony than being friends. And part of it, I stress, is that you will love this person enough to separate him from you. That she will be liberated in that love and feel confident and secure in being herself or himself. So that unity begets diversity. The best basis for community is to honour the individuality of the members of the community, to foster them in their uniqueness. We are deep in the field of paradox here. So mysticism, as experiencing the being one with the one, is actually also an experience of my otherness from the one. And this is where we would, in the end, diverge from Buddhism or Eastern mysticism. As I understand Buddhism, the oneness that they talk about is a loss of uniqueness, a loss of identity. We do not think that way in Christianity. We say the oneness is a recovery of my identity. I find my true identity in God. Christian mysticism is to experience being one in the one through Jesus Christ by the power of the Holy Spirit. All human beings are called to be mystics. To be a mature human being is to be a mystic. And there are plenty of mystics out there who aren't believers, let me tell you. There is a mysticism, I think, evident in surf riders, board riders. I'm not saying take that instead of the full expression of Christian mysticism, but there's a sense of being one with the one. You can see it in them, and their desire to get out there. There's a mysticism in bushwalkers and nature lovers. The intimations of the oneness. And they put us to shame often, those people who in some instances, many instances, are not believers, but they challenge the Christian. Well, do you share that mysticism? Do you share that living relationship come to fruition with trees and water and possums and dogs and air and what have you? But mysticism is an expression of the fullness of our humanity. I'm suggesting that within our Christian tradition, we've had a very troubled and problematic relationship with that. There have been many twists and turns. John Henry Newman, the great John Henry Newman, said of mysticism, he said, begins in mist and ends in schism. And that pretty well sums up a lot of the suspicion about mysticism, because it was misunderstood. That mysticism somehow or other is an aberration. Get people in to pray and say prayers and be simple about it and observe the rules. That's what we want. I don't know what your experience in the seminary was, but mine was ignore your emotions. They are irrelevant. Just do what you have to do, and the fact that prayer is dry is part of the deal. I'll never forget, after perhaps 3 to 4 years of trying to do discursive meditation, I suppose most of you were taught that. And incidentally, a little background to this. In the exercises of St. Ignatius, and Ignatius of Loyola, I think, is one of the giants of the human tradition, whether you're a Christian or a believer or not. By any reckoning, St. Ignatius of Loyola is a giant. His exercises are a school of prayer. They're also a school of discernment, but I think basically a school of prayer which, in the end, he hoped, would have men going forth as mystics, deeply contemplative. Having tasted God, God becomes very abundantly evident in their whole life. Within a very short time after Ignatius' death, Jesuits were explicitly forbidden to pray according to the last couple of weeks of the exercise. There was a fear of contemplation. There was a fear of mysticism. There was a fear of what later became known as quietism. That people will start slipping into this notion that I don't need to do anything. I can sit back and God will just take care of it all. And I think it was a totally unwarranted fear and a most destructive reaction to an unwarranted fear. Owen Chadwick, the Anglican historian, says quietism is the name that people gave to a form of meditation they didn't agree with. The Jesuits, having had such an immense impact in the life of the church and the world over the centuries since, I think must take some responsibility for having not only squashed meditation, but squashed Ignatius' vision. And if the Jesuits themselves, particularly people like Harvey Egan, are starting to talk not about Jesuit spirituality, but Ignatian spirituality, recovering the mystical horizon of St. Ignatius. So getting back to my little experience in the seminary, after about 3 or 4 years of this desiccated, dry business of construct a place, who, when, where, what, why, see who's there, what's happening, and then you finish up with some colloquies and make a resolution, and that's your meditation for the day. I was going mad. Literally, I think I was going mad trying to make this my prayer life. And I went to my spiritual director and I said, out of exasperation, I said, I think I'm being called to a deeper form of prayer. He looked at me and grinned and said, no, that's for special people and you're not special, just keep going with it. And fortunately for me, I not long after that, discovered charismatic renewal, and that was for me a source of breaking out and discovering the riches of reading the Bible and the riches of contemplative prayer. It was the beginning of something wonderful. And I also read many years later, when I was studying in the United States, about 15 years later, John of the Cross's Living Flame of Love, in which John of the Cross says, very soon after you begin discursive meditation, you will come to a time of dryness. This is a time of transition, a graced moment. And if the spiritual director does not realize it's a moment of transition and help the soul to move into contemplation, spiritual director is doing the work of the devil. I never went back and told my spiritual director that, because he was a victim of a culture which was very rational, a culture that had, I believe, in large measure reduced the good news to an ideology. We had the answer, a la Doc Woodbury. There is on record in the Financial Review in Sydney from about 1958 an interview with the Doc in which the young reporter was talking to him and was flabbergasted that the Doc had an answer for everything. And he said to him, how can you be so sure that you're right? And the Doc said, son, I not only am sure I'm right, I'm sure I can't be wrong. And there was something of that in our culture, and it got into developing what I'm calling moralism. Now, I've tried to attempt a definition or a working description of moralism, and it's in your book that's on page 4. And let me just draw your attention to it. Before I do this, just one last word on mysticism. Our own founder, Father Jean-Claude Collin, who was a young boy during the French Revolution and grew up in a very difficult time in France, and was a very conservative man, I think typical of his time. But there were two bits of advice that he had. He said, if I was in charge of the candidates coming into the novitiate and the seminary, the first thing I would do is listen to them, encourage them, help them to deal with their difficulties, and try to bring them to a taste for God. Father Collins said, once they have tasted God, everything will look after itself. I think that is a very, very profound and wise and beautiful vision. The other, which was a more practical, pastoral vision that he had, he said, if you must err, these weren't his exact words, but this was the spirit of what he advised, if you must err on the side of mercy rather than severity. There's a very famous priest at St. Patrick's Amaris, Father Piquet, the Frenchman, who was very renowned for his work in the confessional, and people came from lots of places, and he was sometimes asked to go to other places too, to deal with people pastorally. And on one occasion he actually anointed a person outside the archdiocese, for which I think it was Cardinal Moran excommunicated him, and had to withdraw the excommunication because when he checked canon law, he was out of order. And because of that, when Father Piquet's name was submitted as a candidate to be parish priest at St. Patrick's, he was not allowed. He was forbidden. And there's only one other person apart from Father Piquet who's been forbidden to be parish priest at St. Patrick's. Not that I would put myself in the same class. But, all right. On the top of page 4, a definition of moralism. I'm calling it an ideology or an ideology. What is an ideology? An ideology is a more or less coherent set of ideas, interconnected, more or less logical, that I bring to the world and enable me to interact with the world. Now, Marxism as an ideology actually goes over that boundary of interaction to control the world. And typically that's where ideologies tend to go. A more or less coherent set of ideas that are used as a template to force-fit events. Social ideologies try to engineer societies to fit a certain set of ideas. Moralism is, in that more malign sense, an ideology. It's a set of ideas that tries to force-fit human beings into a certain pattern. It's an ideology whose central tenet, and this is where it actually loses its way theologically, central tenet or belief or assumption is that Jesus is primarily a moral teacher. I put it to you that is heresy. Jesus is not primarily a moral teacher. Jesus is primarily the Saviour of the world through his death and resurrection. Jesus is the Son of God incarnate, whose passing over from death to life means our passing over from death to life. In him, with him, and through him, our mystical possibilities are brought to fruition. We can be one again. We can find ourselves in God. The incarnation is not primarily about a moral map. And that's what the gospel becomes when you treat Jesus primarily as a moral teacher. Now let me hasten to add, in condemning, in no uncertain terms, and unreservedly condemning moralism, I'm doing so in order to regain true morality. Because moralism is the death of true morality, as it is the death of the good news. Moralism is not good news. Let me tell you, moralism is bad news. Moralism actually puts people into a frame of mind where they think that I have to do the right thing, otherwise God won't love me. And if I do the right thing, I will earn God's love and God will reward me with heaven. But if I don't do the right thing, and just think to yourself how loaded, how formed is our concept of the right thing by culture and history. If I don't do the right thing, God won't love me, and you know where I'll go. Let me put it to you. Is there anything at all that you and I can do that will make God love us more or less? To put it in a dreadfully shocking way, do you think God loves a dreadful murderer less than God loves a newborn baby? Did God love Hitler less than God loved Mother Teresa? I hope you're all thinking, of course not. God's love is infinite. God is love. If God were to love less, God would be less than God. There is nothing you can do will stop God loving you. Now, a mind shaped by moralism saying to itself, if God's going to love me no matter what I do, why be good? Why not go out there and be a bounder? And as soon as you ask the question, you feel ashamed of it. Am I being good? Am I being a moral person simply to earn God's love out of fear of losing God's love? Is that the reason to be moral? I can give you two good reasons to be moral, quite apart from that. One is, being moral is being natural, is being you. You will thrive in love and honesty and goodness and kindness and forgiveness and patience and compassion. You will not thrive in hatred and violence and meanness. We all know that. So if you want to be a happy person, a fulfilled human being, be a moral person. Be a good person. Be an honest person. Be a forgiving person. Secondly, and this is, I think, a particularly subtle reason, the more I engage the good and the true and the forgiving and the compassionate and the merciful and the caring, the more I open myself to know the wonders of the origins of all that, the more I am likely to actually feel loved infinitely and unconditionally. Now, in fact, when we say God loves us unconditionally, we are engaging in tautology. Because love is unconditional. From a human point of view, we experience too much that we call love that is conditional. The Velcro love, you know, sticks. There's an IOU hidden in it somewhere. C.S. Lewis says, the woman who runs around doing things for others all the time, and you can tell the others by their hunted look. What is it that gave birth to that saying, cold as charity? I can remember as a child my father coming in sometimes, it's as cold as charity outside. Even as a child, that's an odd saying, cold as charity. And was it St. Vincent de Paul of Friedrich Ozanam said, if you don't love the poor, they'll not forgive you for helping them. Moralism actually gives birth to pseudo-charity. And pseudo-charity is off-putting at the very least, disgusting at the worst. You're actually using another person to earn brownie points, to make you feel good. I have a sneaking suspicion, more than a suspicion, it's a sort of a conviction, that what prepares us most for pastoral care, to really be compassionate in a way that people receive as genuine compassion and not Velcro love. When people say, that man knows my situation. What prepares us most for that is facing our own sin. Knowing myself as a moral failure. Knowing that I can't measure up to this ideology. but knowing that I am loved infinitely and unconditionally, quite apart from my own imperfections. In effect, in the end, my imperfections don't matter. Let me give you an example, a couple of examples of how moralism has manifested itself in our Catholic culture. I'm very conscious in talking about this. It's elusive, it's mercurial, and I'm actually going over and over things to try and drive home a point, because I don't want you to go away more confused than you came in, or thinking, Whelan's lost it. There was, when I was a child, the instruction that you shouldn't go to communion if you hadn't been to confession. You link those two together. And if you haven't been to confession for a month or 2 months or whatever, go to confession before Father says Mass, so you can go to communion with a clean soul. Now, I'm putting it rather crudely, but I think it wasn't far from the truth. What's embedded in that kind of thinking? Let me just bracket that for a moment and suggest to you one thing that we might say to our people. If, or the only people who should not come to communion are people who are perfect. So if you're a saint and you've got it all together morally and you've got nothing to confess, don't bother. Because the bread of life is for the sinners of the world. If you're a sinner, come on down. It's for you. One of the beautiful and surprising revelations in my life was giving communion to my father, who comes from the Irish tradition, and he has a disease called Dupuytren's contracture, which is passed on to me, although it's not evident in my hands yet. You may have seen people with the fingers start to curl in. There may be someone here who actually has inherited that from the Irish. Now, in fact, until recently they thought it was almost exclusively demographically confined to Scandinavia. But of course, you know what those people in the leather boats did, and the horns on their head and so forth. So it's the Scandinavian blood in him and me and one of my older brothers that sorts of this. What happens is the tendons shrink, you get lumps on the sheaths in the tendon, and it just pulls the fingers in, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Unfortunately, a couple of doctors operated on that. He had about 7 operations, and when he finally got to a specialist, the specialist shook his head and he said that those operations should never have been done. You know, it's more difficult to operate on the hand and restore it to health than it is to operate on the heart. There are so many bones and ligaments in there. So Dad has those 2 fingers amputated and lots of skin grafts. So his hands are quite twisted and ugly, which is one of the most beautiful sights when twisted hands reach out for the bread of life. And you say, the body of Christ. And he says, Amen. He takes it in his twisted hands. What a metaphor. What a metaphor for the reality of the incarnation. The twisted life that needs the bread of life. The broken body that needs the broken body of God on the cross. At the heart, at the center of the good news is the death of Jesus. Another example, and I'll refer you to my notes on the book on page 13, where I think moralism had the most doubtful value, but more often not the most destructive value, is in the area of sexuality, where sexual morality was actually focused on biology. And in that 3rd paragraph on page 13, some quotations, and I could have gone on and on and on and on with quotations from Father Kelly's, Gerald Kelly's book, Modern Youth and Chastity. It was so negative. And lots of negative reinforcement gets into a culture that's underpinned by moralism. Every directly venereal action is against the law of God and a serious sin of impurity. Hello? Now, I'm not going to go on there because I think it's a little bit funny, but it's tragic. It's sad that was our attitude to sexuality. I can remember as a 16-year-old boy, high school boy, coming to the mission, the Maris are preaching it. So this story is about Maris. Father Lenny Bourne, who, I don't know whether any of you knew Lenny. Lenny had 6 fingers, so he could make 6 points on the one hand, and a booming voice. And I don't know what it was, but a lot of the fellows that got into the home mission band had booming voices, and maybe that was the qualification. Because let me tell you, in all kindness, they didn't have much theology. But I'll never forget him in the pulpit this particular night, banging the pulpit, symbolically enough, going like this: "You didn't know before, masturbation is a mortal sin." And I'm sitting there, because, I was trying the plumbing at that stage, and thank God, So I stopped masturbating. And I think it had profound ill effects on me psychologically. A much healthier thing would be grow out of it and get on with your life. We're not talking about sin, we're talking about developmental behaviour. That same priest, and this is something that stayed with me, took me aside when I was a young seminarian, a deacon in Gladstone. He was up there, and he was, for about 2 hours, he regaled me about the behaviour of the people in the caravan park, and it was all about sex and sexuality. They'd be up a keyhole if you let them, parking their cars, and I know what they do. I said, oh my God, if only I'd known this, 15 years ago when he was preaching the mission. Moralism, I think, actually does generate devious behaviour. People trying to measure up. There's something about organised despair in this, because theologically, what is on offer from God is salvation in and through Christ. What moralism says is salvation is on offer in and through your good behaviour. And it's not. You won't be saved by your good behaviour. You'll be saved by the death and resurrection of Jesus, by the paschal mystery, by your being caught up in the stupendous, the indescribable love and mercy of God. Now, is all this about saying to people, do what you like, it doesn't matter, you've got to be tolerant? I don't think we should. I think tolerance is a good thing, but I think intolerance is a good thing too. There are some things we shouldn't tolerate, and there are some times we can be quite firm and straightforward. What I'd be promoting is not focusing on moral norms, but on relationship, and on the love of God, and on building community and support structures for people. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be immoral. In the depths of my being, when I do something wrong, I feel ashamed. And that's healthy. I feel guilty. That's healthy. I feel embarrassed. That's healthy. That's mechanisms in my being crying out, Michael, that's not right. That's not good. Moralism, I suggest, actually points to a very pessimistic anthropology that says if you look into the heart of the human being, it's rotten. And Protestantism got this worse than Catholics. We got a huge doses of through Augustine and Manichaeism and Jansenism and so forth. But Luther, one of Luther's metaphors for the human person is a heap of dung covered with snow. That the fresh fallen white snow is great. It's beautiful. Wonderful. But underneath it's still shit. Therein lies an awful attitude to humanity. And it creeps into the soul and has us at odds with ourselves. Part of recovering a new morality, a healing, freeing moral vision, is a recovery of our humanity. This morning I spoke about focusing and listening to yourself, paying attention. You will find in your experience, yes, even in your sinful experience, even in your failure, even in your brokenness, be honest and listen and pay attention. You will find there an experience of wilderness. You will find there the Word of God. Midbar and Dabar go together. So learn to listen. Learn to pay attention. Let your own life experience be your primary teacher. Don't think you've got to abandon your humanity or your subjectivity in favour of a template. One of the most destructive things that I ever did as a young priest was to try to be a good priest. I should have tried to be me, to discover the priest that's in me. I'll talk more about that later on. Idealization as closely related to this. Let me conclude with some references from John Dominic Crossan, and I go over to page 16 of the notes. If you look at the moments of conflict in the Gospels between Jesus and the religious authorities, I suggest to you that what the religious authorities were doing was they were getting away from the notion of relatedness and covenant into legalism. And they were putting a template that the faithful Jew, the one who will be rewarded by God, is the one who follows the law. St. Paul was up in arms in this once he had tasted God in Christ. Paul, who are you? You are persecuting me. Who are you? I am Christ, who you persecute. It was the great revelation for St. Paul, that through him and in him something new has happened. You don't need to depend on the law as you did, St. Paul says. Dominic Crossan writes, I'm looking at the quotation in the middle of page 16, beginning, when Christianity is no longer aware of what Jesus and Paul were fighting against in Pharisaic Judaism, it can hardly be conscious of a similar presence within itself. The debate did not concern good law as over against bad law, or even internal and sincere law as over against external and hypocritical law. The challenge of Jesus and Paul was this: obedience doesn't lead you to God, God leads one to obedience. And if we respond, yes, that cycle of relatedness will gather momentum. But the primary movement is God, it's one of grace. And then down a little bit further. So according to Jesus and Paul, it was the gift of God's presence that made a good life possible. Not my willpower. Moralism is very egotistical, very reductionistic. It's about doing things. And it's about me doing things. It's about me performing and me measuring up, which makes me very judgmental, because I end up hating myself. Remember, judgmental attitudes and words are always autobiographical. So if you feel moved to get angry at someone and pass judgment, I'd suggest before you pass judgment, think what it is you say, because you're going to say something about yourself. You're going to tell the world about yourself and passing judgment on others. As Ernst Caseman has said so succinctly, the righteousness of God does not presuppose our obedience, it creates. The problem was not so much that one might not be able to obey the law's excellence, but that one might actually do so to perfection, and thereby be unable to tell one's own perfection from God. We become godlike the more successful we are at moralism. We start to think of ourselves in those terms. What exactly were Jesus and Paul fighting? In a final quotation from Ernest Caseman, the community of good people which turns God's commandments into the instruments of self-sanctification. Rather than allowing God's commandments to be the occasion of knowing that we are loved by God, they become something that we then go away and, okay, God, this is what you've asked me to do, and I'll do it in my own willpower. Further on, Crossan talks about the parables specifically. The parables of Jesus seek to draw one into the kingdom, and they challenge us to act and to live from the gift which is experienced therein. But we do not want parables. And I think there's hints of moralism in Matthew's Gospel. You know the way he has Jesus give a parable, and then he explains it, or says, this is what it really means. He's never quite entirely successful because the interpreters still have to find out. We want precepts, and we want programs, and we want good precepts, and we want sensible programs. We are frightened by the lonely silences within the parable. Maybe if we entered into them, it would be only to find, like Pompey in the Holy of Holies, that they are completely empty. We want them to tell us exactly what to do, and they refuse to answer. How often, coming out of a moralistic culture, people want you to tell them, what's right, Father, what to do? What should I do? Incidentally, if I can share with you a pastoral rule of thumb that I follow. I've never been pushed entirely to the limit on this, and I hope I never will, because it may require more courage than I've got. But it's this. When somebody brings to me an issue, and I had occasion with a young couple who weren't married, she was pregnant, and it was going to interfere with their careers. They were Catholics, and they didn't know whether to have an abortion or not. They were been to see an Anglican, and now they're coming to see a Catholic. I judged it to be my obligation to talk to them as clearly and as non-judgmentally as I could about abortion as a sin. I think abortion is a horrible sin, actually. Secondly, to talk to them clearly and non-judgmentally about the Church's teaching on conscience and freedom. And incidentally, I think the Church's teaching on conscience and freedom is ambivalent. You read the Vatican documents, they're not entirely clear. But I think there is a mainstream of teaching which it is fair for us to say this is Church teaching, which in effect speaks of the inviolability of conscience. I cannot make your decision for you. That's what the Church is saying. You must make it. I will help you and I will support you, which brings to light the third one, and this is where the terror resides for me. I say to them what God has said to me, I'll be with you. No matter what decision you make, I'll be there. I'll be there as who I am, but I'll be there. Not to judge you, but to be with you. Now that laid open the possibility of, Father, will you come to the abortion clinic with me? I hope I would have had the courage to say yes. It's not for me to stop her from having an abortion. It's for me to instruct her, to be as caring and as cogent as I can be in telling her the Church's teaching, and to support her. And maybe in that, yes, I am trying to stop her from having an abortion. But I can't disown her. I can't cut her off because she's done that. That's when she most needs the ministration of the priest. That's when she most needs me to be present. When she's most deeply in trouble. Now, you may or may not find that useful or helpful or even acceptable, but that's my approach. And as I say, I've never been asked to go that final distance, and I would find that horrible. Crossan goes on. We want the parables to tell us exactly what to do, and they refuse to answer. People want us to tell them exactly what to do, and I'm not going to answer. I will be with them, as God is with me. The parables make us face the problem of the grounding of ethics. And we want only to discuss the logic of ethics. We want to get into abstractions and prove what's right and what's wrong. And the grounding of ethics, the grounding of morality, is found in the saving death and resurrection of Jesus, the great promise, I am with you. There are very many ways in which an aphorism starting with, if anyone strikes you on the right cheek, might have been finished. Kill him. Strike him. Ignore him. Forgive him. Even love him. But when it is ended with, turn to him the other also, in Matthew 5:39, one is no longer giving helpful moral admonition or even radical pacifistic advice. One is deliberately overthrowing ethics. This aphorism brings ethics also under the radical challenge of the kingdom. Is ethics useless? No. We must put our best minds to work in that. But in the end, ethics falls short of providing us with a surefire set of answers. We stand naked before God. It intends us to experience how the logic of ethics is undermined by the mystery of God, and that if one cannot but accept it, is the most crucial moral experience of all. I think I'll leave it there. There are two documents being passed around. One is a booklet of notes to support my presentation this morning, and the other is a quotation from a book which I think is a splendid book, Aylred Squire's book, Asking the Fathers. I think it's one of the best books in spirituality over the last 30 or 40 years. He's talking specifically there about the practice of Lectio Divina, of reading the sacred scriptures, but I think the insight he has is entirely pertinent to the way we've been proceeding this week. On a practical note, these presentations that I'm giving, starting with yesterday morning, are being recorded by my MP3 player here, and I will be making digital recordings which can go on CDs when I get back. If any of you, I'm doing that for my own purposes, if any of you should want copies of those CDs, all of them or any of them, could you fill out that form and just give it to me later? If you want to pay for them when I send them to you, that's fine too, so we can work out the payment later, but they will be available on CD. Well, yesterday we emphasized that journey into life through conversation, growing out of and feeding back into relatedness, relationships with the great mystery, with ourselves, with other people, and with God. And we emphasized the mystery as central to all of this, the inexhaustible intelligibility of life. Yesterday afternoon I tried to distinguish moralism from genuine morality. I think moralism has been too prevalent in the Church's life over the centuries, really, but particularly since the schools of the 12th century. I think the movement to a more rationalistic approach to the teachings of the gospel made us vulnerable to that. And I think Jansenism, which emerged in the 17th century and had its roots in St. Augustine, fed into it too. I think one of the big challenges is a movement from moralism to mysticism. Mysticism being the fulfillment of relatedness, the experience of being one with the one. Today I'd like to talk about a daily reality which can be the basis for a very rich and thoroughly Christocentric spirituality, a spirituality which unites us with the Paschal mystery, with the reality of Jesus, who is the Christ, who suffered and died for us, the heart of the Incarnation. In doing that, let me indicate to you that there is a basic principle that I would always follow in spirituality, and it is this: look for the human ground. Its companion principle is let experience be your teacher. I think one of the problems with moralism and that more abstracted approach to spirituality, what I have otherwise called head and teeth spirituality, is that it actually disconnects people from their experience. It doesn't take the humanity of the subject seriously. I would maintain that anything we claim to be religious ought to have more or less demonstrably human roots. For the simple reason that what we are about, the journey we are on, the task that is ours as human beings, is to become more deeply what God made us to be, human beings, not to leave our humanity behind. Thomas Aquinas, in his principle of grace building on nature, I think emphasizes the enhancement of nature, not the demolition of it. And that is, in fact, a strong divide in Christianity. I think you will find more often in Protestantism that sense of humanity is irretrievably bad, grace comes along and builds over the top of that this new man, and you leave behind this degenerate reality. I think in the best of our Catholic tradition there's a continuity between nature and grace. That what happens in our encounters through the covenant is an enhancement of our humanity, is a liberation of our humanity. I suggest to you this is why in our Catholic tradition we have a strong tradition of spirituality, and they don't in the Protestant tradition. It is noteworthy in our times when Protestants seek spirituality, they come to Catholic institutions because they don't have a tradition of it. Why? Because spirituality is about the transformation of the human in a dialogue with God. If the Christian life is simply about following in a moralistic way what is laid down in the Gospels give us a moral map, now go out and do it, and there's strong implications of predestination about all that, what place has spirituality? And in fact, in some of the more significant Protestant writers, you will see spirituality, and particularly mysticism, designated as pagan. And I think the recovery of spirituality in our time is one of the more wonderful things that is happening, and Protestants are beginning to see that. The human ground of a paschal spirituality is there when the alarm goes off in the morning. Every moment of our days is a parting of the ways, is therefore a dying and moving into new life. In those particular notes, the booklet of notes that I handed out, you'll find over on page 19 a quotation from Kim Mahood, who's an Australian writer, a woman who went on her own personal journey to Central Australia to reconnect with the land, with the Aborigines, with her roots, to discover herself. And there's a statement there which I find very powerful. She writes, this is quotation number 12 on page 19, "When I finally crawled out, the landscape had changed in all sorts of subtle ways, or the way I saw it had changed, which amounts to the same thing. I had encountered someone in the fault line whom I didn't know, and whom my own particular set of myths could not accommodate. She crawled out with me, inarticulate and storyless. And although she looked at the world through my eyes, when I tried to speak for her, the language was crippled and absurd, full of psychological cliché. Over the years I learned, and am still learning, to listen to her silences. If my own busy voice goes on for too long, she begins to howl, a primitive psychic noise which cannot be ignored. We need those moments of stripping down, of sorting out, of clarification, which help us to see what really matters. One way to understand the whole human project is to become who you are. To become who you are. To become this particular instance of the image and likeness of God. Society and experience, choices and non-choices, all add to a thicket of unreality around our lives. And if you look at a person who genuinely matures through their lives, at the heart of it is a simplification. If the road to hell is paved with good intentions, The road to heaven is paved with useless baggage. We learn gradually through our experiences that so many things we hung on to, we thought were valuable, necessary, are not. We invited Michael Lunig to the Aquinas Academy a couple of years ago, and he was quite wonderful, splendid. And he's talking about life and growing old as a downsizing project. And there was a nurse in the audience who works in a nursing home, and she put up a hand and she said, "Michael, we at the nursing home call the coffin the ultimate downside." What do you buy an old person as a gift? I've came to terms with this quite a number of years ago with my own mum and dad, who are now 88. They don't want things. What they want is relationship. They want your time. They want your presence, spelt with a C. They want to see the family happy. And this, I think, is very normal and very healthy. And we as priests, I think, if we let it happen, move into such a simplification to it. Not things we want. It's relationships. It's the depth dimension that starts to emerge. But we acquire so much in our heads and in our hearts and in our rooms and all around us that is useless stuff. This is one of the values of moving, of course, parting of the ways. Except I live with a confrere who cannot throw anything out. And we've set up a hermitage, and there were some old chairs there, and I brought them down, and I foolishly said, David, I'm going over to Vincent de Paul with these. He said, just let me have a look at them. they're up in our attic now, and they have been there for a couple of months. And he spreads through the house like some kind of a plague of locusts or something. He just takes up room, and the other day there was a big box in the pantry which he'd put there, and I carried it in. I said, David, can we throw this out? And he roared laughing. He says, yes, throw it out. But he wouldn't have thrown it out if I had. He just sort of, and it's a bit of a pathology, really. Sometimes I think it comes with people who grew up in difficult times, like around the Depression, and you don't throw anything out. And they talk about people who in the concentration camps. And Thomas Keneally has just written a book on his search for the Schindler's List, that particular book, and he came across many who'd been in the concentration camp. Whenever they went out, they took a crust of bread with them, subsequent to the Second World War. It was this sense that maybe it'll come in handy sometime, somewhere. So the basic point that I would like to pursue this morning is that our lives are constantly leaving behind and taking new directions. There's a parting of the ways that is like a genetic code in every moment of every day. Sometimes it's writ large. That quotation from Kim Mahood describes her experience where there is a major crisis. And interestingly enough, that word crisis has its roots in the Greek word for parting of the ways, krineo. So it's that dynamic that's part of every moment of our days that I would like to explore. And I'm suggesting to you it is the human ground of a very rich, thoroughly Christocentric spirituality, one that unites us with Jesus Christ in his dying and rising. I've put some quotations there as epigraphs to these notes. The first one is from a German sociologist, Alfred Schutz, on page 1. He writes, the term taken for granted means, and I'd like to explore this parting of the ways just as a human experience before we move into the pastoral mystery side of it, the theological side of it. The term taken for granted means to accept until further notice our knowledge of certain states of affairs as unquestionably plausible. We live in a taken for granted mode. When I got up out of bed this morning, I expected the floor to be there. I didn't even think about it. The floor will be there. I'll turn the tap on and water will come out. I'll turn the switch on and the light will happen. I'll be able to walk to the switch and turn it on, etc. There is just so much we just take for granted. And we only come to know that we're taking it for granted when it's not there, when we expect it to be there. When you turn on the tap and water doesn't come out. And you try to stand up and you can't. Common sense thinking simply takes for granted until counter-evidence appears, not only the world of physical objects, but also the socio-cultural world into which we are born and in which we grow up. So we live lives, a taken for granted life, that always carries the rider until further notice. We would go mad if we couldn't take our worlds for granted. So we create fiction, what Ernest Becker calls vital lies. Vital lies are fictions. He's not talking about moral lies, but made up things that are vital to our sanity. Social interactions, customs, like shaking hands. It's a vital lie. It's a fabrication, but it enables us to encounter each other without too much anxiety. And if you try and describe what a handshake is, it sounds absurd. You take your right arm and you get the forearm roughly horizontal with the floor, and you point your fingers at the other person, and you thrust it forward, and you turn your hand when you grasp theirs, and you pump. That's called a handshake. It doesn't say anything about what's actually happening there, because it's immensely complex ritual, actually. And we can say, well, it shows that you haven't got a weapon in your hand and all that sort of thing. One of my confreres who worked in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, you might be able to... Yes. It's not they don't shake the hand, they shake the testicle. Now, his explanation, Eugene, was, and I don't know whether you can verify this or not, was that if a man is sweating down there, watch out, there's trouble. You know, in other words, if you've got dry balls, all is well. Human society all around the world makes up these fictions. And, you know, when you step back and talk about it like this, it's funny. But our lives are teeming with these fictions which create a taken-for-granted world, which we only know is taken for granted when it's taken away. And a lot of what's happened post-Vatican II for us within the church is a lot of that taken-for-granted world has been taken away. But it was fictitious. For example, a genuflection is a vital lie. Am I saying it's a bad thing? No. It's a good thing. I genuflect when I go into the church. It's a way of engaging, but it's not absolute. It's not necessary. You don't have to touch your knee on the floor in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament. So these are negotiable things. And every now and again life issues that, you know, if this taken for granted part of your life you can no longer do. Our hearing goes. Our joints get cramped. We don't have the same ability of energies and so forth. These are the writ large the writ large partings of the way. But let me suggest to you, and I give you a couple of examples there on. I'm looking at page 10. When the alarm goes in the morning, that's a parting of the way. Now, it's also a moment of death. You're leaving something behind. You are being called to move out into unknown territory. And to be human is to be always moving into unknown territory and leaving familiar territory behind. We're always on the cusp. That's part of our nature. Because we are anxious animals, we try to dress that around and prevent ourselves from actually realizing that pilgrimage reality of our lives. But it's a fact. Supposing, just taking this simple example of the alarm going off and you getting out of bed, supposing you chose not to die, not to step out of bed, instead of answering the alarm and stepping out of bed, you rolled over and said, bugger it, too comfortable. I'm going to stay here. I refuse to die. What's going to happen? You'll die. In order to live, you've got to get out of bed and get on with your life. You've got to go through that Passover. You've got to die. If you refuse to die, you die. Now, if that's not paradoxical, I don't know what is. It's at the heart of everybody's life, whether you're a believer or not, whether you're an atheist or a fully committed Christian. Every human being is caught up in this process. It's why you will find in cultures all around the world myths concerning dying and rising. And it's one of the arguments against Christianity that, well, the Jesus myth is just one of those other myths. The only difference is Jesus did die and Jesus did rise, which makes the Christian reality unique. I think that's our belief. Jesus entered into this rhythm of living and blew it apart, so that death, literal death, is not the end of living, but the end of dying. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me go back to, let me just see here. There is a pattern that we find in this process, and I'm looking at page 6. Take that example of getting out of bed. There's a dying, but the dying demands a decision from me. Will I get out of bed or won't I? Will I get on with the day, or will I just roll over and enjoy the immediate warmth? There's a decision to enter into the dying, to live the dying, but that decision also is with regard to the future. I don't know what the day holds for me, but I'm going to make a decision to be there, to be open to the possibilities. So the dying demands a response, a decision, which leads to some kind of new emergence. That rhythm, dying, deciding, emerging, is part of your day. The mature person does that graciously and gracefully and with energy and commitment. The immature person doesn't do it, or doesn't do it well. And if I don't enter into that dying, deciding to do it and rising, I end up carrying a lot of garbage with me, a lot of unlived death, bundles of death. Let me suggest to you an image. It's vulgar, but I think it's apt. When you and I are born, we're given a knapsack, and in that knapsack, empty as it is when we begin, there is a shanghai, a gonk, what do you call them, a catapult, and a shovel. And life says, there's your journey before you. It goes through cow pastures, and there's lots of cow pats. Now, you can't go around them, you must go through them, and you have two options when you get to those cow pats. You stop and you dig them in and fertilize the land, your journey, your path, or you dig it out and you put it in your knapsack, your choice. Away you go. Now, supposing you're born in a family that is into putting the cow pats in the knapsack rather than taking the time to dig it in, because to dig it in is hard work sometimes, it's unpleasant, it stinks, others go along the way. So it's very tempting to just throw it in the knapsack and keep going. Throw it in the knapsack and keep going. Throw it in the knapsack and keep going. And then when you're 30 or 40 years of age and you're in a meeting with someone, you pull out that Shanghai and grab a heap of that shit and you let it go at somebody and they say, where the hell did that come from? You don't even know. You don't even know. But it's all this unlived death. Unlived death. I'm the fourth of 13 children. And one of the phenomena that occurs to me in our family, and I think it might apply to many large families, is a certain emotional abandonment. There's just not enough tactile care and attention and energy to go around. Two people can't look after 13, so it's farmed out, implicitly at least, amongst the siblings. And I can remember many times nursing my little sister Anne, and she had colic, and walking up and down, you know. So I was a sort of a mother, because my mother was cooking meals or whatever. I'm not being judgmental, I'm being matter-of-fact here. In that sort of an environment, I would say, I entered adulthood with a fairly heavy knapsack. A fair amount of unlived death, because, and I can remember distinctly as a little boy, I must have been about 4 when we lived at Tyndale, I dropped a spade on my foot, and I've still got the scar there, and I saw this huge gash open up. It was probably, a centimetre long or something. And I thought, my God, what do I do? And even as a 4-year-old, I can remember thinking, I mustn't worry Mum and Dad. So I don't know what I did with it, what happened to it, but I just got on with my life. And I think a lot of my life was spent getting on with my life, which in terms of the image was put it in the knapsack. Don't worry about it. You can get on. So that led to a very willful sort of a life. And there's an odd and tragic irony about that, because you can actually become very successful when you're carrying a lot of shit. In our culture, because our culture doesn't see it until you start to act up. All our culture says, are you doing your job? Are you getting the work done? They don't ask what motivates you. And what typically happens at some point along the way is you fall over and the shit comes out. And it's pretty smelly. And it's a much more difficult task to clean it up and dig it in and fertilise your past when you're 30 or 40 years of age. I was very blessed by the fact that I was sent to study in the United States and went to Adrian Van Kahn's Institute there, where I got into therapy, and the very work that I was doing involved actually dealing with this sort of stuff. But as I look around me, I see many people carrying bundles of death, and what a horrible thought it is that I, as a priest, in my proclamation of life, could be a purveyor of death. Because what's in that knapsack doesn't just stay locked in the knapsack. It becomes toxin. It gets into your communication. It gets into your sleep patterns. It gets into your behaviour. And it's entirely possible that the pain and the grief that you're not dealing with is visited on other people. Richard Rohr has a very useful statement. He says, if we don't transform it, we'll transmit it. And in that set of relatedness, the contextualizing one is our relationship with God. We are expressions of the infinite love, the infinite beauty, the infinite goodness, the infinite unity that we call God. But concretely, the primary place of relatedness is with myself. And this is why that focusing process is so valuable. This is why time to be still and to hear and acknowledge and face what is going on is so important in our Christian tradition. This is why solitude is so valued in the Christian tradition. Solitude is not so much a physical or geographical place, it is more of a process. Solitude I would describe as the process whereby I face what I alone can and must face. What I face, what I can and must face alone. No one can face my issues. No one can face your issues for you. Loving people can be by your side, but they can't enter that territory. You can be in solitude in a crowd, and you can be in solitude out in the bush. And tradition would suggest time apart, as Jesus took time apart, is a very valuable thing. The second quotation here on page 1 is from my mentor, Adrian Van Kaam. Transcendence is one of the fundamental dynamics of Christian formation. It's one of the fundamental dynamics of human formation. This energy, this urging to go beyond. The word transcendence comes from the Latin word transcandere, trans meaning across, scandere to climb. Human beings are climbers. Human beings are always necessarily, inevitably climbing across, breaking boundaries. We're always where we've never been before. That is the transcendence dynamic. It makes us restless. We seek that transcendence. And we will not stop seeking that transcendence. But this means movement. This means parting of the way. The Holy Spirit moves us to approach our original divine image by way of transitions from less to more inspired and graced forms of life. This is grace enhancing our human nature. Each transition God calls us to is accompanied by a transcendence crisis. Note again that because this transcendence crisis is in fact the Spirit's invitation to disclose and implement more of our original life call in Christ, it can also be called an originality crisis. Adrian Van Kaam, one of his key ideas is originality. One of his central books is a book which he called initially Envy and Originality, and later was called Living Creatively. I like the first title, actually. Originality, in the sense in which he speaks, comes from the Latin word arire, meaning to arrive. And I love to apply Jesus' words in John's Gospel to Lazarus. Come out. That life is a summons to arrive. To be who you most deeply are. It's an inside-out process, not an outside-in one. It is a movement of coming to be, breaking out of all the incrustations that we put upon ourselves and others put upon ourselves. And it is that constant transcendence process that makes us human, whereby we become human. And it is a constant parting of the ways. Let me move now to the issue of the Paschal mystery and how this whole human process becomes a basis for a Christocentric spirituality. Before I do this, let me refer to one other word too, the word submission. And to invite people to submit in our culture is not well received. But I would suggest there is great energy and truthfulness in that, to submit to what is real, to submit to the true and stop the pretense, stop the evasion, stop the flight. That word submission, and I'm looking at page 11 of the notes, contains the word mission. If I am to discover my mission in life, I must submit. I can only discover it through submission to what is real, what is true. And submitting to this rhythm of dying, deciding, and re-emerging is the way I will discover my mission. In 1982, when I was continuing my studies in Pittsburgh, I came to a point which was 10 years from my ordination. And I can still remember the day when I was in therapy with this wonderful woman, Paulina McCullough, who was a Chilean and a family systems therapist of some renown. And it dawned on me, I had never seriously examined my motivation for becoming a priest. Nothing in the seminary invited me to do that or enabled me to do that, and nothing since. I just went to the seminary and went on from year to year. And a horrible thought occurred to me. Maybe I've, got on the wrong train. Maybe I went to the station and should have gotten on another train, and here I am. And maybe if I really reflect on it, I'll discover that I became a priest because I didn't want to get married and have 13 children. I think that might have been part of my motivation, actually. So I threw it all up for grabs, and I was going to let it, the pieces fall where they will. And some months later, I was visiting a friend in Chicago, a man who'd been a Maris and had left and was living with a woman out there, and I stayed with them. And we were sitting in a parking lot in his car, and incidentally, when in his house, I noticed he still had the 3 volumes of the Breviary on his bookcase. Sometimes I wonder about fellows who've made the decision to leave. Certainly there are some who should make the decision to go, but there are others. Rana said maybe they just take the issues with them into marriage and nothing has changed actually, and there's been no growth. It's wonderful to see somebody make a decision, maybe the first adult decision they ever made, and move into a life-giving relationship and get on with their life. That's to be applauded. But I was sitting in the car with this fellow, I'll call him John, and we were talking about church and the Maris particularly, and doing a bit of a job on both actually. And some particular guys came in for it more than others. And I can still remember looking at him and I said, I know what you're saying and I agree with everything you're saying, but down here I belong. I felt it in my stomach. It was a grace moment. It wasn't a head thing, I'm going to decide to stay, but it was a gut thing. And I believe that vocation will take us at times out of reasonable limits. We will find at times we don't want to, we don't feel like it, but we know in our guts, I must. Sort of an existential must is the heart of vocation. And just to finish that story off, when I looked at John and I said that, he turned to me, he had tears in his eyes, and he said, I know what you mean. In a sense, that was a great breakthrough and a relief, because I didn't look forward to the option of sort of undoing everything I'd spent 20 years doing. But it was a beginning of a great freedom and happiness in being a priest. And I find that quite odd in a world where we clergy are a bit on the nose, let's face it. Out there, and we don't have the same kind of status, social status that we used to have 40 years ago. It doesn't worry me one bit. Because I have a deep conviction of the reality of the incarnation, the reality of God entering our world. I have a deep conviction that in some mysterious way I'm part of that as priest within the Catholic Church, and they can think what they like. And I look around me at them, at our world, and I ask myself, well, who's insane? There's something terribly insane about our world. I think we've lost our moorings. And the more I reflect on the Paschal mystery, this saving death and resurrection as we talk about it, the cross. And it does puzzle me that some Christian thinkers now are trying to marginalize the cross. That the cross is a bad image. I can remember when I was doing some work a number of years ago with military chaplains, and I was talking to Churches of Christ ministers, and they were just very matter of fact that this is not a good way to promote Christianity, to have your leader crucified, and there it is. Complete misunderstanding of the power of the cross. And Albert Nolan's most recent book, I've written a critique of that, and it's on our website if you want to look at it. But the thing that, and it's in his Jesus Before Christianity too, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, well, let's extrapolate from all the highbrow theology, and let's look at this Jesus of Nazareth and see what he was on about. But you can't talk about Jesus of Nazareth without talking about his Passover, because that's the core of the incarnation. That's what makes him special. That's why we follow him. That's why we engage in our partings of the way on every day to become one with him. And we become one with him in that rhythm of dying and rising. And it's amazing how often within the scriptures you'll find this. I'm looking at page 12 of the notes, that Jesus says, if you want to save your life, you will lose it. But if you lose your life for my sake, you will save it. Jesus is not giving some special Christian injunction. Jesus is pointing and saying, hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is the way life is. If you roll over in bed and keep warm when the alarm's gone off, you'll lose your life. Get out of bed. Die. For those who raise themselves up will be humbled, and those who humble themselves shall be raised up. I think there's enough asceticism in the dying and rising of daily living to warrant us setting aside special asceticism. I think some people are called to that, and it's legitimate. I'm not condemning it. For my part, there's enough asceticism in answering the alarm in the morning and doing what must be done, and entering into the daily rhythm of living. Many who are first shall be last, and the last first. For it is when I am weak that I am strong. And St. Paul in chapter 6 of Romans, when we were baptized into Christ Jesus, we were baptized into his death. Jesus dying is everything. The two great symbols of our Christian tradition are the cross and the empty tomb. Place yourself on that Saturday between those two symbols. The first Saturday. It would not have been experienced as a holy Saturday. It would have been experienced as a time of despair. Total and absolute despair. It's all come to nothing. And I think this is captured in Luke's story of the road to Emmaus, the two going there. It is only the empty tomb that makes Friday good. It's only afterwards that they realize. And then they have to say, my God, let's go to our scriptures and find out, is there any evidence as to this? And they find the suffering servant. And there are over 300 references in the New Testament to the Old Testament. And Isaiah captures most of them. So the invitation of life is an invitation into the Paschal mystery. Let me conclude by referring to one last quotation, and it's Karl Rahner, page 16 of the notes. I think Rahner is more aware of this and articulates it better than most. A man, number 2 it is there towards the bottom of the page. A man might be unconscious at the moment he is passing away. Death might take him by surprise, if what we mean by death is the instant at the end, in which the death we die all through our lives with regard to this moment is manifested. But just because we die our death in this life, because we leave permanently, because we are parting permanently, because we are looking towards the end, we are thwarted permanently. Ceaselessly we break through the reality into nothing. Continually we narrow the possibilities of a freedom of life through our actual decisions and actual life until it is exhausted completely and we drive life into the straits of death. Because we always experience the fathomless, we constantly reach out beyond our range into the realm of the incomprehensible, where we are impotent. And because only then do we exist in a properly human manner. We do die all through our life, therefore, that which we call death is actually the end of death, the death of death. Whether this death of death will be a second death, or the killing of death and the victory of life, depends completely on us. Hence, because death is permanently present in the whole of human life, biologically and existentially, death is the act of freedom. There are two documents have been passed around. One is the booklet of notes to go with the presentation this afternoon, and the other is a few pages entitled The Student, which I'll be referring to. It's a short story by Chekhov. Our topic this afternoon is complements our topic this morning. We talked about a parting of the ways, and this afternoon I'm going to be talking about a pointing to the way, and actually under that heading talk about sacramentality, the sacramentality of life. I'll spend a good bit of time talking about the human ground of that. There's a few quotations on page 1 of the booklet. The first one comes from the end of Georges Bernanos' book, The Diary of a Country Priest. And you remember in that book, which is, 60 years old or so, it's a beautiful book, very deep and full of intensity and passion. The priest, the country priest, has a friend who was a priest with him but has left and is living with a woman, and he's maintained that friendship and keeps visiting his friend. And on this particular occasion he goes to visit the friend, and he's very ill. In fact, he's dying. In the middle of the night he has a coughing fit and he's vomiting blood and so forth, and he's in fact about to die, and he says to his friend who's visited, he said, give me absolution, hear my confession. And the priest, who's now sort of persona non grata, said, I can't do that, your church won't allow me. And the response of the man, his last words before he dies is, does it matter? Grace is everywhere. Grace is everywhere. And the friend writes to the local bishop and informs him that he's died and so forth. I think it's a beautiful statement of Catholic theology, actually. Grace is everywhere. Throughout every event, every moment of our lives, grace dogs us, if you like, the hound of heaven, the sense that God is everywhere, the old catechism response. Love, because that's another name for God, is everywhere. It awaits us in every moment. And that's a mindset that says everything points. Everything is redolent with the more than. Everything carries this sense of inexhaustible intelligibility. Every moment, everything, every person, every event. Karl Rahner writes, there is only one fundamental mystery that has two aspects. The mystery that is the being of God, and the mystery that is the saving presence of the incomprehensible God in human history. Everything else is a manifestation of that twofold reality. And a quotation here from Luke 24 on the road to Emmaus. Their eyes were opened and they recognized him. That if we could see, if we could hear, if we were attuned, we would know that grace is everywhere. We would encounter grace in every moment. In our wilderness moments, in our moments of joy, in our moments of sin, and in our moments of virtue, be they such. I'd like to make two particular references in pursuit of the human ground of this experience of knowing that creation, everything that is points to the way, points us in the direction of the infinite. Everything is sacramental. The whole of life is one huge sacrament. And it's worth remembering that in the Catholic tradition of thinking of the seven sacraments, we've probably tended to forget the more universal sacramentality of life. And that notion of the seven sacraments, as I understand it, started to take, become set coming into the Middle Ages and was only defined by the Council of Trent. John Thornhill told me one time, he said, Augustine thought there were about 90 sacraments. you have to wonder about some kind of a definition like that and some understanding of the sacraments, how non-negotiable it actually is. However, I'm not going to go into that. The human ground of this fundamental sacramentality, which is the belief that the divine is in the human, the infinite is in the finite, the spiritual is in the material, that we meet God in and through our sense life. Rollo May observes, "We forget at our peril that man is a symbol-making creature." I'm reading from page 2 of my notes. "We forget at our peril that man is a symbol-making creature. And if the symbols, or myths, which are a pattern of symbols, seem arid and dead, they are to be mourned rather than denied. The bankruptcy of symbols should be seen for what it is, a way station on the path of despair." I think that there's something for us to learn in terms of our experience in church today. Many of our symbols and rituals, our formal expressions of sacramentality, don't mean much to people. Now, on the one hand, you could say, well, the people need to change and learn the meaning of these formalities. On the other hand, we ought to also, I suggest, reflect on those formalities. Now, if you take something like baptism, I think, in fact, water, fire, oil, these primitive symbols mean a lot to people if they are explained, and they are cross-cultural too. I think you've got to wonder about separating the sacrament of confirmation, quite frankly. I don't know about that. I think there are obviously different theologies around that. But I think that's a problematic one, and how we celebrate reconciliation is also another problematic one for us today. But it's something that is of utmost importance to us psychologically, because if we don't have myths and symbols and rituals that work from a human point of view, we tend to go insane. Human beings tend to go mad if they don't have those transrational ways of connecting with the bigger reality. Rollo May, and I won't read it all, goes on to describe an earlier experience where he came to this conclusion that in cultures where the power of myth and symbol broke down, there was an emerging need for therapeutic processes of whatever kind. And I think we're seeing that in the Western world. We don't have a healthy mythological life. And a lot of the denial of myth actually substitute myths that don't work. I think science is a myth. I'm not talking about the facts of science, and we use the word myth to refer to that which is untrue, which is a sad reflection on our misunderstanding. Myths and symbols are truth-filled, transrational ways of dealing with that which can't be articulated in the normal way, and we need those ways. The second reference that I would make is to a story, copies of which I've handed around, and it's a story by Chekhov. Chekhov died at the beginning of the 20th century, and he said himself about this story, and he wasn't a believer, incidentally. Chekhov said, "This is my favourite," called The Student, and it's a sort of a very simple, it's a story in which nothing happens. But it's a story that I think exemplifies sacramentality. This man, Ivan Velikopoisky, is riding home after hunting. It's around Easter time. And he comes upon these two women who are by the fire. And he gets off his horse and he starts to talk to them. And he says, it was a situation like this that Peter was caught in. And I refer you to the notes, page 4. He says, "It was on a cold night like this that the Apostle Peter warmed himself by a fire." That is to say, it was cold then as well. Oh, what a terrible night that was, Grandma. A dreadfully sad, never-ending night. the reader is already being drawn into a bigger picture. It's a sacramentality that draws us into tradition, draws us into events that happened a long time ago that are outside of time. And you start to find yourself, as these women do in the story, connecting with a deeper story, the story of the passion of Jesus. Ivan goes on, they led him bound to the high priest, and they beat him, while Peter, exhausted, sorely troubled by anguish and fear, he didn't have enough sleep, you understand, and in expectation of something dreadful taking place on earth at any moment, followed them. He loved Jesus passionately, to distraction, and now from afar he could see them beating him. Lucaria put the spoons down and stared intently at the student. The student sighed and became deeply pensive. Still smiling, Vasilisa suddenly broke into sobs, and large copious tears streamed down her cheeks. She shielded her face from the fire with her sleeve as if ashamed of her tears, while Lucaria stared at the student and blushed. Her face became anguished and tense, like someone stifling a dreadful pain. And then other people come along. Ivan gets back on his horse and goes. Stories are sacraments. Good storytellers are purveyors of sacraments, purveyors of pointers. Good stories are necessary, like myths and symbols, to keep us connected with our deeper roots, to keep us connected with the great mystery, and to keep us connected with ourselves. I would suggest that our Aboriginal culture at its best actually understands that much better than contemporary Western culture. Probably most traditional cultures understand that better than we do. The power of story and song to allow us to become who we are. Gerard Manley Hopkins' poem, God's Grandeur. The world is charged with the grandeur of God. Again and again and again, this reality is put before us, that the grandeur of God, the goodness of God, the love of God awaits us in the world. So there's only one challenge. Am I able to see it, to hear it, to feel it? And am I able to become someone who communicates it? I mentioned in my homily that the priest, it seems to me, part of the essence of priesthood is mediation, is a connector, is someone who can see and touch and introduce other people to what is there, what awaits us. We don't have to fabricate it. If we do have rituals, it's only to connect it. If we do tell stories, it's only to connect it. Origen writes, on page 7 of my notes, lift up your eyes and see how the fields are already white for harvest, quoting John 4:35. Then he goes on, the word is in the midst of his disciples. He is asking his hearers to lift up their eyes toward the fields of the Scriptures and toward the other field where the word is present in every creature, however small, so that they may perceive the whiteness and brilliant radiance of the light of truth which is everywhere. Whoever speaks the truth speaks Christ to the world, even if the truth sayer is an atheist. Jesus said, I'm truth. Truth is a person, ultimately. St. Gregory of Nyssa writes, when someone whose mind is but partially developed sees something clothed in some semblance of beauty, he believes that this thing is beautiful in its own nature. But someone who has purified the eyes of his soul and is trained to see beautiful things makes use of the visible as a springboard to rise to the contemplation of the spiritual. Is that not one of the things for which we are trained as priests? trained to see beautiful things, even where there's every reason to see only ugliness, only pain? Can you see beauty in the wilderness? St. Augustine is such an ambivalent legacy. Jansenism goes back to Augustine, and a lot of the dualism in the church, which we'll talk about in a moment. But like St. Paul, Augustine at his best is untrammeled. He writes in the Confessions in Book 10, "And what is this? I asked the earth, and it said, I am not he. And all things in it confess the same. I asked the sea and the deeps, and among living animals the things that creep. They answered, we are not your God, seek you higher than us. I asked the winds that blow, and all the air with the dwellers therein. Said, Anaximenes was wrong, I am not God. I asked the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. We are not the God whom you seek, said they. To all the things that stand around the doors of my flesh, I said, tell me of my God. Although you are not he, tell me something of him. With a mighty voice, they cried out, he made us. And this last sentence is just stunning. My question was the gaze I turned on them. The answer was their beauty. Again, going back to Gregory of Nyssa, can we see the beauty? In the Rule of Benedict, when talking about the Celera in chapter 31, Benedict says, even the tools in the tool shed must be treated like the ciborium and the chalice and the sacristy. He will regard all utensils and goods of the monastery as sacred vessels of the altar. Would you ever think of your golf clubs as sacred vessels, or your motor vehicle, or your shoes, or the trees, or the rivers, or the roads, or whatever? It's a question of seeing. It's a question of being able to perceive. There is, in the tradition, however, I think, a deeply human thing manifest in Docetism, the heresy of Docetism. And let me just talk a little bit about that fear of the flesh that I think is endemic to human nature. I don't think it's just a religious thing, and it's not just a Christian thing. First of all, the American psychologist Sam Keen talks about this. He says, there must be some payoff in terms of evolution and survival in separating spirit from body. And he suggests, and I'm looking at the top of page 11, souls, spirits, and disincarnate intelligences are not limited by the conditions of time and space. They easily transcend the threat of pain and nothingness which haunts the flesh. The flesh is the place of particular and immediate pain. In a way that the spirit can be a place of even more intense pain, actually. But more immediate, if you live on the surface, if you want to escape pain, it's the body you deal with. I suggest that so much of our spirituality actually was not about incarnation, but about excarnation. That the role of asceticism and discipline was to somehow or other get beyond the body, to get to the soul. That's what mattered. The things of the body didn't. T.S. Eliot writes, I'm looking at page 11, our lives are mostly a constant evasion of ourselves and an evasion of the visible and sensible world. Norman O'Brien writes, have you ever tried to read that book of his, Love's Body? It's impossible to read, but there's some gems in it if you can pick them out, and this is one of them. The last thing to be realized is the incarnation. The last mystery to be unveiled is the union of humanity and divinity in the body. The last gesture is ecce homo. I think that is profound. And it goes hand in hand with another quotation of his, which I've got in the footnote 23 there. Incarnation is iconoclasm. To take the way of incarnation, and we Christians have a double reason for doing that. Number one, it's the human way, but number two, it's the Christocentric way. The enfleshing of our lives. I sometimes wonder, in our Western way of living at the moment, the focus on diet and exercise and bodybuilding and triathlons and all this sort of stuff, I think is a denial of the body, not an affirmation of it. It might seem strange to say that because you think, well, actually they're taking care of their body. I think there's an obsessiveness about it. I don't think it's a relaxed, playful affirmation of being in the flesh. I think it's a desire for domination. In my earlier years, I used to do a lot of long-distance running, and there is a point when you're running in a long distance where you actually sort of get on top. There's a barrier you break through, and I used to feel as though I could run forever. It's a good feeling. It's a strange sort of almost, eerie feeling. And there's a lot of that happening in our culture. Now, I'm not suggesting that the alternative is to lie around the couch and just grow fat. I think there is an attitude to diet and exercise that is relaxed and detached and healthy. But and also I think there's in suicide and in euthanasia, they are fundamental denials of death. Now again, our culture will say, hang on, these people are brave. They're affirming death. They're unwilling to live the dying. Now, I'm not going to blame anybody for being unwilling to live the dying. Who knows why somebody commits suicide? But there's a lot of, I think, superficial and quite destructive talk about death in our world. And John Paul II was onto something when he talked about a culture of death. It's a refusal to die that leads to suicide and euthanasia. Karl Rahner writes, anyone who accepts his existence, that is his humanity, no easy thing, in quiet patience, or better in faith, hope and love, anyone who accepts his own humanity in full, and how immeasurably hard that is, how doubtful whether we really do it, has accepted the Son of Man, because God has accepted man in him. What a sad thing it is when we think that the Christian life is somehow or other a disincarnate thing of becoming out of your body, sort of some kind of a disincarnate spirit. But this is the danger of the title spirituality too, because spirituality carries with it that pejorative sense of body-denying living. And I can't see, for example, what's the word I'm after? Not the sense, the common sense. Yeah, I'll use that word. In wearing what's the thing that over say people? It's C. Yeah, it's a band with spikes and to tie around your side to cause pain. Again, that troubles me, that sort of approach to spirituality. I don't think it's an appropriate treatment of the body. Fasting, I don't have any problem with that. Keeping vigils, pilgrimages, I think there are a number of actions we can do, but that sort of thing worries me. A man writing on Johannine Christology, Pollard, says, and I'm looking at my notes, page 12, the earliest Christological heresy of which we have any evidence was Docetism. Docetism comes from the Greek word dokein, meaning to appear. The essence of Docetism is Jesus appeared to be human but was not really human. He was truly God, and this resistance to the incarnation, which in fact it is, I'm suggesting to you, is a manifestation of the deeply held terror we human beings have of being human in the flesh. And I use the word terror deliberately. That it's nasty, it's awful. God couldn't go there. Surely God didn't become enfleshed, because that's the place of bad things. That's, as Luther's image was like, that's a heap of shit. No. Keep God above that. The earliest Christological heresy which we have any evidence was Docetism, which so emphasized the divinity of Jesus that it reduced his humanity to mere appearance or fantasy. I have, over the years, gathered some Docetist statements, and it surprised me. St. Basil of Caesarea is one of my favourite writers, a marvellous man. He established a whole town with hospital and conditions for hospitality and this monastery, and it was the idea of a Christian town was what he had in mind. But let me read to you what Basil wrote, and this is from a letter to the young men, and it's he says, he, that is Jesus, ate and drank in a manner peculiar to himself. He did not even pass his food, so great was the power of self-control in him. Basil saying Jesus didn't need to go to the toilet. And that's part of the, God going to the toilet. I saw a marvellous cartoon. I thought I had it here, but I don't have it. The three wise men turning up with nappies for Jesus. One of them had a box of nappies for Jesus, which Basil wouldn't have liked. Clement of Alexandria is another one. Clement was strongly influenced by the Stoics, and I think Stoicism has dreadfully changed our understanding of spirituality. But Jesus' notion of being a good person is not the same as the Stoic notion of being a good person. And one of the key ideas in Stoicism is apatheia, which is the sense of beyond passion. Now, scholars tell us that really rightly understood that apatheia, beyond passion, wasn't that you were without feeling. But it looks horribly like that when you read the Stoic writings. When you read, for example, who's the man wrote the Meditations, was the Emperor of Rome in the late 2nd century? Marcus Aurelius. If you read Marcus Aurelius, it really is a highly rational kind of approach to life. That, if it goes way beyond any kind of sense of passion and feeling. And Father Michael Buckley, a Jesuit, gave a wonderful homily to the deacons on the occasion of deacons being ordained in California in the early 70s. And he asked the question, are you weak enough to be a priest? He said, we normally take the measure of industry and corporate affairs. Are you strong enough? Do you have the talent? Do you have leadership potential and whatever? So maybe a question we need to ask is, does this man have the ability to face and deal with his brokenness and his weakness? And he goes on in that homily to compare the death of Jesus and the death of Socrates. And makes the note that Socrates predates the Stoics, but it's in that same tradition. Greek thought could never contemplate the idea of a God who got angry or a God who loved passionately. He says that when Socrates was accused of corrupting the youth, he discoursed on his life and on his intentions, drank the hemlock, and died a very peaceful death. And then he says, how unlike that was Jesus' death. The difference was Socrates was a philosopher, a Greek philosopher, and Jesus was a priest. Jesus was in terror. In Luke's gospel, at least, Jesus sweats blood. There's no equanimity here. He holds himself to the task because that is what he's called to. That is what his vocation, that's who his very being is. And he goes to an ignominious and dreadful death. And his last words seem to be a cry of despair. Utterly different. The Greek way is not the Hebrew way. The Stoic way is not the Christian way. And Clement, getting back to his quotation here, he says, "For he," that is Jesus, "ate not for the sake of the body, which was kept together by a holy energy, but in order that it might not enter the minds of those who were with him to entertain a different opinion of him. He was entirely impassible, inaccessible to any movement of feeling, either pleasure or pain." Clement of Alexandria. Hilary of Poitiers. "Our Lord Jesus Christ suffered blows, hanging, crucifixion and death. But the suffering which attacked the body of the Lord, without ceasing to be suffering, had not the natural effect of suffering." It's having a bet each way. "It exercised its function of punishment with all its violence, but the body of Christ, by its virtue, suffered the violence of the punishment without consciousness of it." Now, these are fathers of the church, and if you go to Walter Casper, for example, and I've quoted him from his book on Christology in the bottom of page 12, it is undeniable that in generally current ideas of Christianity, Jesus Christ is often thought of more or less as a God descending to earth, whose humanity is basically only a kind of clothing behind which God himself speaks and acts. Extreme notions of that kind see God dressed as a Father Christmas, or slipping into human nature like someone putting on dungarees in order to repair the world after a breakdown. The biblical and church doctrine that Jesus was a true and complete man with a human intelligence and human freedom does not seem to prevail in the average Christian head. Now, I suspect, let me suggest to you, that all of us have been in some way or another touched by Josephusm, whether we realize it or not, whether we like it or not. It is actually impossible to comprehend the incarnation, the infinite becoming finite, the divine becoming human. But that's what we believe, and that's what we must hold to in the incarnation, that Jesus, the Christ, is the Son of God, is the Son of Mary, is the enfleshing, truly flesh in flesh. If we deny that, and I suggest that our denial or our reluctance to believe that comes from a primitive fear within us, we then have a whole theological ramification in terms of sacramentality, our understanding of the world, our understanding of ourselves, and it affects in a very practical way our understanding of priesthood. Priests are put on a pedestal, and they must be in persona Christi. They too must somehow be beyond bodiliness. A priest can't afford to be an enfleshed reality. And it's very, very difficult. I don't know whether you read the report in about 1968 that was the United States Catholic bishops put together a team of people which included, I believe, Andrew, well, he did the sociological one, but there were a group of psychologists report on the priesthood. And in their opening gambit, they said that the priest is put on the pedestal, is idealized, and put there for an impossible situation. And it's calculated to break any human being unless they break out of it in some way. And very often, ironically, one of the most blessed moments for many of us is precisely a breakdown of that image. That people discover that we aren't that image, that we are really human beings. Now, I'm not promoting wayward behaviour or promiscuity or sinfulness or anything. I'm promoting humanity. And a lot of our understanding of sacramentality, and particularly sacramentality as applied to priesthood, didn't let us become human beings. I turn to page 15 of the notes. There's a beautiful reference there from a fellow by the name of Peter Fink in an article entitled The Sacrament of Orders, Some Liturgical Reflections. He writes, "In persona Christi, when it is applied to the ordained person, speaks of a reality deep within that person." Again, I like to think that my vocation is something given, part of my very being, part of my identity. It's not a job to be done. It's not a career. In fact, the notion of an ecclesiastical career, I think, is an abomination. I hope I don't offend anybody in saying that. There is a sense in which my very being demands that I live out this role of service, this mediation role, this instrumental role, this sacramental role. My very being is a sacrament in this way, which the community recognizes and anoints and says, you're ordained to go out there and act on behalf of the people and on behalf of God in that connecting role. Back to Peter Fink's article. Appearances, if you will, remain unchanged, just as bread and wine still look like and act like bread and wine after consecration, so ordained human beings still look like and act like human beings after the consecration prayer has been prayed. Moreover, just as bread and wine must be food for the particular mode of Christ's presence to accomplish its purpose, the ordained person must be a human being for yet another mode of Christ's presence to achieve its distinctive and intended purpose. Here, I think, is the final paradox of that noble insight called transubstantiation. To be something it is not, it must be precisely what it is. In order for the host to become the body of Christ, it must be bread. When consecrated bread and wine cease being food, they cease to be the body and blood of Christ. When a priest ceases to be a human being, he cannot be the presence of Christ envisioned by the phrase in persona Christi. The priest must be precisely what he is, a human being. If I am called to be a priest, I will discover it in my very being. So to be a faithful priest is not to try and fulfill some idealized image, but to be who you are. To become the person that God has made you to be. There are a number of quotations in the back of that booklet which I'd encourage you to read, but let me leave it there. I'm going to begin this with a reading from Sacred Scripture, and it's probably a text that is most calculated to get every woman in the parish screaming when it's proclaimed, and it's the text of Martha and Mary from Luke's Gospel, chapter 10. In the course of their journey, he came to a village, and a woman named Martha welcomed him into her house. She had a sister called Mary, who sat down at the Lord's feet and listened to him speaking. Now Martha, who was distracted with all the serving, came to him and said, Lord, do you not care that my sister is leaving me to do all the serving by myself? Please tell her to help me. But the Lord answered, Martha, Martha, he said, you worry and fret about so many things, and that there are yet few are needed. Indeed, only one. It is Mary who has chosen the better part, and it is not to be taken from her. You can hear all the grinding of teeth and the gnawing and gnashing of women. It's all very well for the blokes to talk like that. And throughout history, that particular text has been a basis of the discussion of the active and contemplative life. And I suggest there is another interpretation, and for my money, a better interpretation. It makes more sense to me, and it's found in the Greek word perispeo, which is not used anywhere else in the New Testament. It's only used here, and it has the sense of its fundamental meaning is a sort of dragging. So a freewheeling translation might be, Martha, Martha, you're dragging your ass around the kitchen and you're making us all feel terrible. Stop it. It's not Jesus saying, work is a bad thing. Isn't it lovely that Mary's sitting at my feet in contemplation? it's a question of the attitude. Have you ever caught yourself in a moment of thinking, you know, I'm doing all the work around here, why doesn't somebody else? Or I'm the only one around here that's loving and caring, and I need a bit of love and care myself. You know, it's sort of... Martha is, I think, manifesting an attitude which is not helpful to freedom and an atmosphere of care and hospitality. I've put in the notes there on page 1 the King James Version translation. It's worth going to the King James Version from time to time. The ornate English is a bit off-putting, but in this particular instance, they use translate that Greek word perispeo as cumbered. Martha, you're cumbered. You're cumbered about much, and put that together with you're anxious and you're troubled, and you've got Jesus pointing to a certain disposition and saying, come on, pick yourself up and let's have more freedom around here. Let's have more joy. Let's have more hospitality. Let's have more human relatedness. You can see that kind of dragging your ass around it. So that, you know, she's not doing it, I'm having to do it. You can imagine when he goes and the apostles go, they're going to have a blue. Because, or if they don't have a blue tonight, they'll have it 6 years' time. Because probably there's a pattern in this. So sort yourselves out. Get your disposition right. I'm going to make a few statements about work and leisure here, and I want you to just reflect on what happens when I say these things. And before I offer them, a number of years ago, it wouldn't have occurred to me to talk with a group of priests about work and leisure. It wouldn't have occurred to me to take an interest in work as a subject for spirituality, because I never quite saw priestly ministry as work. You just did it. And I think it is helpful to think of it as work, in a sense in which I'll describe it in a moment. When I was doing my study in the United States in the 1970s, I came across some research by Andrew Greeley on priests who'd left the ministry. And one of the major motivations for leaving the ministry was lack of job satisfaction. And when I first read that, I thought, what? It's not a job. But over time, when I've shared that with priests and gotten feedback, it makes a lot of sense. We do spend a lot of our lives in the activities of ministry, of pastoral care. And if there's not some sense of satisfaction, if there's not some sense that this is worth doing, and indeed there's not some joy in it, it's highly likely that it's going to wear us out. So let me just make these statements, first of all about work, and then about leisure. And they're on page 2. Work helps me grow as a human being. And for work here, talk ministry, pastoral care, how I spend most of my days. Work is only for making money. And if I had enough money, I wouldn't work another day in my life. Now, that sort of places work out there, and sort of work's not part of my life because I'm not interested in making money. Work is about making or doing useful things. When I'm not doing something, I feel agitated. Therefore, I make sure I'm always doing something. Work is a necessary evil, a drudgery that I do because I have to. Work is a way of serving the community. Work is actually about wealth and power, getting to the top of the social ladder. So again, that doesn't affect me, the priest. Work is about providing for the material needs of myself and others. Maybe that's not so relevant to me as a priest. Work is about good order. We must work to keep society moving ahead. Now, they are different understandings of work, and probably most of us could identify with most of those statements. What about leisure? Leisure is less and less part of my life these days. Leisure is an essential part of my life these days, more than it ever was. Leisure feels like I am wasting time. Leisure, like privacy, is a privilege only the wealthy can enjoy. I always seem to find another job to do when I set aside time for leisure. Leisure frightens me. Leisure is the ground of contemplation and peace in my life. One of the epigraphs I've got in the front of this set of notes is from Joseph Pieper, who's written a marvellous little book called Leisure, the Basis of Culture. And he says, despair and the incapacity for leisure are twins. The incapacity to stop and be still and engage in what we'll describe as leisure in a moment is a mode of despair. Busyness, workaholism, is a form of despair. It's flight, it's escape, it's a journey out of life. Now, I've got indicated 4 marks. If you start thinking, and again, look to the human reality here. What makes for job satisfaction, to put it in the sense of J. Andrew Greeley's research? What makes work, pastoral ministry, care of others, whatever our work might be, what makes work good work, enjoyable work, satisfying work, even if it is at times demanding and saps my energy? Reflecting on my own experience with work, I would indicate 4 factors. First of all, aptitude. There's nothing quite so sapping and calculated almost to take any joy out of work than being asked to do what you're not capable of doing. I remember I was discipline master at the school in Burnie, and one of the things that occurred to me was, if you ask children, especially grade 8 boys, for some reason grade 8 a year when boys cease to be human, you got them doing higher level maths, or the class is not streamed, so you've got the lower levels into the higher levels, and the kid who can't cope is going to find a way of coping, and it will typically be dysfunctional. He'll be pulling faces at somebody, or kicking the kid next to him, or firing darts, or doing something, and he becomes a discipline problem. And maybe the system needs to be addressed and say, well, why did you put him in a situation where he doesn't have the aptitude to do what he's doing? To render a person impotent is a frightening thing, if you've ever experienced impotence. And you need to be careful of that when you're dealing with people. So aptitude, I think, is one thing that needs to be taken into account in terms of enjoyable work, getting something out of work, and having the notion that I look forward to turning up tomorrow rather than just dragging myself, not another day of this. Secondly, meaning and purpose. Work can be experienced as enjoyable when we experience the depth of meaning and purpose associated with it. And obviously our faith dimension and our ministry as priests ought to be a setting for meaning and purpose. But if you lose that sense of meaning and purpose in going to the bedside of a sick person, or being with the youth or whatever, the work can lose a lot of its attraction and a lot of its joy. Thirdly, connectedness. Closely allied to that second factor of meaning and purpose, when work connects us with others, when we feel as though we're part of something bigger than ourselves, a team effort, a communal reality, we're building something of a human family, I think that makes work valuable, even if I'm doing it on my own. If there is some connectedness, some sense of contributing to a bigger reality. A rhythm in work, too. Just the relentless sameness about work can sap our energy. Having said that, let me share with you something that occurred to me a number of years ago. I found that if I approached my work, my pastoral work, especially visitation, and I find visitation difficult, I must say, especially visitation to a hospital is difficult, but visitation to a home, sort of cold calling in it. If I think in terms of it's something I have to do, I have to produce, as it were, this is part of my work, it's one, I experience it one way, but if I approach it as I am going and my visiting is actually a being visited, there is a receiving in the giving. If there is mutuality and connectedness, and not just I'm going as the priest, I'm going to minister, I'm going to give them something, and I'm going to the next person, I'm going to minister to them as priest and give them something, so that I'm the one always giving, I find that wearing. I find it much more energizing and much more realistic if there's a sense of they are ministering to me even as I minister to them. It might be someone who's incoherent, it might be someone who's in a coma, it might be someone who is in desperate pain or grief. They are ministering to me every bit as much as I minister to them. I think this is one of the great insights of Jean Vanier and his L'Arche movement. And he will say to you, if you want to go and live there, and it's not that you're coming to give them something, you're coming to be part of something, and they will give you as much as you give them. And it is something in which you participate. I think in our Western world, part of our cultural mindset is we are product oriented. We might even say product obsessed. And if you're just focusing on product, getting something done, you're always ahead of yourself actually, because you won't get the next job done so you can go on and do it, and you miss the process of living because you're not engaging in life as any kind of a mutual sort of a thing. I'd like to reflect a little bit on leisure now. And first of all, note that the English word leisure has as its Latin roots the word licere, which means to be allowed. That's not a bad access point, entry point to reflect on leisure. To be allowed. Implied in this is a certain freedom. To be allowed to stop. To be allowed to take a different way in this hour or this day. And that being allowed translates into a disposition of active waiting, deliberate surrender, perhaps silence and stillness and listening, energetic openness to the more than is present in every moment of our lives. To be allowed, to be permitted. Now, just pursuing the etymological train a little bit more, the Greek word for leisure is skole. The Latin translation of, well, the Latin word for leisure, the Latin translation of the Greek word is schola, from which we get our word school. And you'd have to wonder whether we might not have lost something of that connection between leisure and the pursuit of education. Because school, in our understanding, doesn't quite conjure up the notion of leisure. And the Latin word for leisure is otium. The Latin word for work is med otium, which is interesting, and I'll refer you to the quotation from Joseph Pieper there on page 7 down the bottom. The original conception of leisure, as it arose in the civilized world of Greece, has, however, become unrecognizable in the world of planned diligence and total labour. And in order to gain a clear notion of leisure, we must begin by setting aside the prejudice, our prejudice, that comes from overvaluing the sphere of work. In his well-known study of capitalism, Max Weber quotes the saying that one does not work to live, one lives to work. We've got all these sayings in our country. The devil will find work for idle hands, and an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Keep busy, and you won't get up to mischief. And I can remember again in 1973 when I was newly ordained, and there was an ex-provincial on the staff. He said, "Oh, with our definite policy, keep the men busy, and they won't get up to mischief." In other words, treat them like little children and don't trust them. Anyone who wanted to get up to mischief got up to mischief. And working didn't stop them, but that focus on work, and I would say in our province there's been a massive shift, which is quite fascinating to observe. In 1972, my provincial rang me and said, well, we've got the school down there and we'll send you down. Father Peter Geyer, and I don't know whether any of you knew Peter. He was principal of the school at Geelong for a time. Decisions were made not on the basis of aptitude or interest or training, but on the basis of the work to be done. And that wasn't a good way to move. And our Superior General and various people in our order constantly raise the question, well, men aren't free to go anywhere anymore. Yeah, because we won't submit to that old dictum, which was, and again this ex-provincial told me, you may not get the job you like, but you will like the job you get. And in some religious orders, you were actually given work that they knew you couldn't do, and it would be good for your humility. And there was a sense of just keep working. The kingdom came because people worked, and my God, religious work bloody hard, and it was insane. It was wrong, because you keep someone working like that without leisure, and you can actually drive them out of their prayer life and drive them out of their faith life and make them start wondering, what am I doing here? What's the purpose? Where's the job satisfaction? So getting back to Max Weber, quotes the saying that one does not work to live, one lives to work, which nowadays no one has much difficulty in understanding. It expresses the current opinion. We even find some difficulty in grasping that it reverses the order of things and stands them on their head. But what ought we to say to the opposite view, to the view that we work in order to have leisure? We should not hesitate to say that here indeed the world of topsy-turvydom, the world that had been stood on its head, has been clearly expressed. To those who live in a world of nothing but work, in what we might call the world of total work, it presumably sounds immoral, as though directed at the very foundation of human society. I think this is a huge issue for our culture, and I'm not unaware of the immense difficulties families have, many of them having to spend so much of their time and energy working to earn money to pay massive mortgages. And one of the revealing experiences of my life was to go out and talk to a group of Year 10 students in one of the western suburbs of Sydney. And I was told by staff there that a lot of these children come from families where there was a scheme that the New South Wales government set up to make it possible for people to buy land and build their houses and so forth. And it's a scheme that fell through, and a lot of these people were left holding mortgages that were just beyond them, and they had to walk away still paying the debt, or else intensify their work in order to keep up with it. So they're commuting an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and a half into the city to work, both of them, and coming home, and the kids are left out of it. I think a culture, I'm talking mostly about the church culture here, but extended to the wider secular culture that doesn't value leisure is asking for serious trouble. And I wonder about some of the troubles that we have with our young people is not associated with that. And don't tell me, we play a lot of sport in Australia. For us, sport is not leisure. I suggest that mostly sport in Australia is business. It's work. And even people who do it in their part-time as for their for their own recreation and so forth. It's got a driven quality to it. It's not about leisure. It's not about opening up to the more than. And I think the best understanding of leisure is found in the Hebrew notion of the Shabbat, the Sabbath, and I'd like to say a few words about that. You'll find it, for example, in the Decalogue, chapter 20, verses 8 through 11. And in the Decalogue, it's quite fascinating. Let me just read. In talking about the so-called Ten Commandments, we actually leave out the frame of reference that the Ten Commandments are in. If you go to chapter 20, verse 1 of Exodus, God spoke all these words. He said, I am Yahweh your God, who brought you out of Egypt, where you lived as slaves. Now, to the Jewish consciousness, that summons the great Exodus story. That recalls the covenant. That immediately situates whatever is about to be said in the context of a loving relationship. Now, if that loving relationship is to be maintained, this is what you should be looking for. And the first couple of so-called commandments, anybody's interpretation, any scholar can interpret it differently, but the professor that I had at Duquesne, Demetrius Dumm, said something which made eminent sense to me, that the tribal peoples of this time commonly had their images of God, and they had their incantations whereby they controlled their gods or tried to manipulate them in some way. And those first two commandments are saying to the Jews, you're different. Don't even think of that. What is being brought forward here is a statement of the absolute sovereignty of God. I shall be there, as who I am shall I be there. The mystery presence of God. Don't even think of manipulating me. Don't even think of doing anything else but accepting my presence in your midst. None of these idols, none of these stones or whatever, which when you're taken over by another tribe you throw away and accept their stones. There's an inalienable connection between you and me, and that must remain. The Sabbath commandment comes then in between those statements of sovereignty and how we should behave in relatedness. Marriage is a sacred thing, and the relationships between people can be fragile at times. Don't interfere. Don't tread on a man and a woman's relationship. And don't be breaking into their house and into their property and stealing and taking their donkey or their ass or whatever. Foster relationships. Take care of the fragility of human relatedness. And the Shabbat is the pivotal commandment of the Ten Commandments, of the Decalogue. And remember the Sabbath day, and I've got it there on page 9. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. For 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath for Yahweh your God. You shall do, and incidentally the Hebrew word from which that comes is simply stop. Desist. And it's very difficult to know what the origin of it is. In some of the Babylonian literature there is a similar thing, but it seems to have a peculiarly Jewish thing, and as Demetrius Dumm points out in the quotation I've got on the bottom of paragraph page 9, the hallowing of the Sabbath by God's free and sovereign will, as expressed in the Exodus, would appear to be the ultimate and self-sufficient reason for Shabbat observance. In other words, God said so. God said, and it applies to the land, it applies to the way you treat people, you slow down, you stop, you listen, you be still, and you know that I am God in your midst, and you can carry that Shabbat attitude and that mood through the whole of your life. You shall do no work that day, neither you nor your son nor your daughter nor your servants, men or women, nor your animals nor the alien living with you. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens, earth and sea, and all that these contain. But on the seventh day he rested. That is why Yahweh has blessed the Sabbath day and made it sacred. A number of years ago, Pope John Paul II wrote a very interesting encyclical, Dies Domini. And I don't know whether you studied that, but it was an encyclical, I think it was a statement that had to be made. But he raised for us, I think, a very serious challenge. In a world of 24/7, as they say, where is leisure? Where is Shabbat? And I would suggest that if we're not actively inserting it into our lives, claiming time and space and putting up boundaries, it's not going to happen. Electricity enables us to blur the boundaries between night and day. Air conditioning enables us to blur the boundaries between the seasons. I can go down to Coles at Lane Cove any time between 6 a.m. and midnight and do my shopping. 7 days a week. And that applies just about anywhere in Australia. Now, we could lead a campaign to close the stores on Sundays or 1 day a week. I really don't want to be part of that campaign, actually. I think we have to invent new ways of incorporating Shabbat into our lives. And I'm not sure what they are, but I think it's going to be in the area of connecting with people. It's going to be in the area of solitude. It's going to be in the area of stopping the mad rush, setting up some boundaries, setting up some possibilities, some space where we can be still and know that God is God. Now, I think in this regard, a game of golf, a game of tennis, walking, fishing are all helpful, but I would like to think that at the heart of Shabbat is what is implied in in verse 46, Psalm 46, verse 10. Be still and know that I am God. That there is contemplation in our lives. That we do make time and space, and that can actually be done on the run. The focusing can be done in the motor vehicle when you're driving along. But if you're not also setting aside time, I don't think it's going to happen so easily when you're on the run. Let me conclude by giving you out a little game you can play here. It's headed Self-Diagnosis, and it's taken from a book on burnout, actually. Do it at your leisure. Do it playfully. And play, the ability to play is part of leisure. And leisure is the basis of deep contemplation. And if we're not able to enjoy leisure, I think our work is likely to become less satisfying and less fruitful. To say nothing of our health. Leave it there. A little story of a young Irish priest who was sent to Australia to a certain parish, and he was very green and very naive and very innocent, and he was sent to a very large, expanding parish. This is in the 1950s in Sydney, and there was a very tough old campaigner was the parish priest, and he sat the young Irishman down and he said, you're going to need some good strategies to deal with these people. They're fine people, but they get distracted during Mass and so forth. So he said, one of the little strategies I use when I'm preaching is that I find when they're not paying attention, and that does happen from time to time, to get their attention, I say, I'm in love with a beautiful woman. And that gets their attention straight away. And I tell them it's Mary, the mother of Jesus, and away we go. And, handles a difficult situation in a nice spiritual way. So your poor little Irishman gets up there in the first Sunday. He's absolutely petrified, and he goes into the pulpit and he sees this great sea of people, and not a single person seems to be paying attention to him. So he squeals into the microphone and he says, the parish priest is in love with a beautiful woman. And everybody stops and looks at him. He says, I can't for the life of me remember her name. Our topic today is idolatry, or ordinary idolatry. And under that heading I'm going to discuss a dynamism, a process that operates in all human beings to some extent, in some of us to a greater extent. And it's the mechanism of idealization where images start to control our life rather than reality. It is particularly operative in people who've been emotionally deprived, in whom anxiety is operating. Living up to the image becomes their goal in life. And there are plenty of avenues in our society and culture to provide space for that. It's been a factor in my own life, and let me suggest to you that the fundamental dynamism that happens, that we're all anxious in some measure, and we're all transcending beings. We're all made in the image and likeness of God, and there's this infinite need, infinite drive, infinite yearning in our hearts. And put those two together, when the individual becomes excessively anxious, and there's this drive to be connected with the infinite, and that within the context of a certain cultural, social reality, we all like to belong. We look for ways that we can belong. We look for ways that we can be accepted. We look for successful ways of being part of this group. And those ways don't always match who we are. And sometimes we try to be what we're not. Our lives are guided by an idealized image rather than an ongoing conversation with reality. Yesterday I quoted from Norman O'Brien and his enigmatic statement at the end of that little quote, Ecce Homo. And it does occur to me, has occurred to me many times in my life, what a tragedy it is when religion actually stands in the way of becoming a human being. To paraphrase Ecce Homo, is behold humanity. Behold the humanity manifest here before us. And it is possible, and I say this from personal experience, I think it is possible to become the good priest at the expense of your humanity. So that at the end of one's life, people might say, he was a good priest, but pity about his manhood. That is possible. There's a story by Henry James called The Beast in the Jungle. It's a little novella, and I thoroughly recommend it to you. It's a bit tedious when you read it, but it's a novella of great profundity. It's a story of two people, May Bartram and John Marcher, a man and a woman, who love each other. And it's the dialogue that happens between them. And what transpires during the novella is that May Bartram is a very well-grounded woman. She loves this man, here and now, in these circumstances. John Marcher has a sense of destiny. John Marcher is waiting for something special to happen in his life, and this becomes the topic of conversation from time to time. And he's not sure what it is, but it's going to be something momentous, perhaps frightening. As the story goes by, May Bartram gets sick and she dies, and he is totally smitten. Not because he loves her and he misses her, but because somehow or other this has exacerbated his own feeling of destiny, and it seems to be that he's been robbed of it. He doesn't know yet what's happened, and he goes overseas and he comes back, and it's at the cemetery that he encounters another man coming by who's totally grief-stricken. And he asks himself, what is it about that man that allows him to be so grief-stricken? John Marcher is not so much grief-stricken as self-pitying. He's focused on himself. And he's different from this man who is totally absorbed in grief and healthily so. And what eventually occurs to John Marcher is that what he's been waiting for and what he has now missed is his life. He wasn't present for his own life. It's entirely possible to miss one's life. I don't know whether you've read any of Shusaku Endo's writings, a Japanese author who's since died. Quite a fascinating character, actually, who had was a Catholic, but a lifelong struggle with his Catholicism. And the main or the most well-known book for which he wrote, called Silence, in which he actually picks up on one of the most haunting themes, I think, of Christian spirituality, the silence of God. Where are you? But it's the story of the early Jesuit missionaries in Japan. And it focuses on one particular missionary who goes to Japan, again very innocent and very idealizing of his priesthood and his role within the church and within the world. He's going to go to these pagan people and convert them, and he's going to lay down his life. And one of his models is his Father Pereira, who's spoken of in the seminary. And he has landed in Japan. This is in the early part of the 17th century. And he's eventually caught by the Japanese authorities. And he's locked in a cell. And they want him to recant. And all they want him to do is to step on an image of Christ called a fumi. It's based on facts, this story, loosely. He must apostatize by treading on the face of Christ. If he does that, he goes free. He's locked in this cell until he will do that. And outside the cell he can hear this groaning and snorting, and he thinks it's someone snoring and whatever. And eventually they tell him that the groaning he can hear is the Christians that he's baptized, and they're hung upside down above the cesspit. And they'll be hung there, and the sides of their heads are slit so that they slowly die. And they'll keep hanging there until he treads on the fumi. It's exquisitely Japanese, this torture. They're not going to torture him directly, they torture him indirectly. The coup de grace comes when the model, about whom he's heard so much in the seminary, Father Pereira, he discovers has apostatized, and comes to his cell and persuades him to apostatize. And the great dilemma is, which is the true heroic decision? To tread on the face of Christ, or to remain in the cell and refuse? And I use this particular text with students and have done for a number of years, and it's very interesting. I don't think there is an answer to that. I don't think there's a right answer to that, or in a sense both responses are right. To tread on the fumi has some integrity about it. To refuse has some integrity. Interestingly, a group of Vietnamese with whom I was working, when they read this story, the men to a man said, and they said it with a certain, dare I say shame, a certain tragedy in their voice, he must tread. The Vietnamese women said, no, he must not tread. We come from a land of 100,000 martyrs. Got to stand firm. I'm not going to say which was the right answer, but what runs through this book as a subtext, as it were, is the idealization that Father Rodriguez, this very innocent, very idealistic young priest, is having his unreal sense of priesthood, his unreal sense of mission, his unreal sense of his humanity and their humanity slowly stripped away. And there's this utter, terrible rawness at the end of it. And what does he do? How does he respond becomes the key question. Being human in society, in some measure, most of the time, involves some pretense, some game playing. When somebody greets you in the morning and you're not feeling your best, and hello, how you going? I'm fine. You don't tell people, look, I'm actually miserable. If you've got an hour, I'd like to talk to you about just how badly I'm feeling. Life goes on with a certain amount of healthy pretense. But life can also get caught up in some unhealthy pretense. Sometimes it's quite immoral, fraudulent behaviour, dishonesty. Sometimes, and this is what more my interest, it's psychological pretense that we don't understand and is in fact destructive. Let me give you a few examples. And if you look at the notes, I've indicated some there on page 4. Supposing a little child of 6, a little boy of 6, mum and dad and himself, and dad dies tragically. And mum turns to the 6-year-old, you're the man of the family now. And aunties and uncles and friends and family gather round and support him. You know, you've got to stand tall. You're taking your dad's place. And this kid, being a dutiful, good boy, takes his dad's place. And he matures very quickly, or so it seems. And teachers notice that he's way ahead of the other kids at school. He's more trustworthy. He's more dutiful. He thinks like an adult. He acts like an adult, even though he's 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 years of age. Isn't it entirely possible, in fact, isn't it almost predictable, that underneath that maturity, that dutiful behaviour, there's a lot of childhood wishes and needs are put on hold, held out of view, not fulfilled? And is it entirely possible that that boy become a man when he's 30 or 40 will have to deal with that stuff that's now in his knapsack? That he has in fact been put on the track of an idealising lifestyle. He must live up to the image. He must perform. And even if he doesn't feel like it, he must pretend. And all this can happen unconsciously. And he may become very successful. And indeed, it seems to me that a lot of successful people are precisely this way. Driven by anxiety and performing according to an idealized image, we can actually become very willful, very driven, very committed, very convinced, very sure of ourselves. We've got the answers, very decisive. We become the can-do people in the community. And there's a sack full of stuff that's not being attended to. And the words of Jesus come to mind. What does it profit if you gain the whole world? What does it profit if you become the dutiful son and lose yourself? What does it profit if you become the good priest and cease to be a man, or have your humanity eroded? Some of the possible other contexts within which this might happen: a family where one or more of the parents is alcoholic. One of the recognized syndromes in psychology is the child of the alcoholic. And very often they are successful people because they're driven. I recently saw a film called Nixon, and I thoroughly recommend it to you. And when I was doing my research, I read a fair bit about Nixon, and I think he is an extreme example of idealization, the idealized image. He, when he was a young boy, had 2 of his brothers die of TB, and his mother said, you know, you're the one, you're going to carry the flag. And it'd be interesting to look at famous and successful families and see how much this operates. And I think it operated in the Kennedys and brought death to them in no uncertain terms. Like Joe, the oldest boy, virtually committed suicide by filling a plane full of explosives, and he was going to make a hero of himself and go over and bomb German rocket emplacements in France when the war was about 3 minutes from ending. His plane blew up over the English Channel. John Kennedy, it was almost a project to get him to the White House. Profiles in Courage was not written by John Kennedy, although he was presented as the author of it. And all that business about his bravery in the Solomon Islands, he was out in his PT boat acting the goat and doing what he shouldn't have been doing. But one of the functions of propaganda and advertising and marketing is to brush out those sort of things and present an idealised image. A second possibility, a conscientiously religious household that tends to be rigid and dogmatic in its thinking. A family in which communication is marked by persistent and strong negative reinforcements rather than encouraging affirmation, authoritarian injunctions rather than open conversations, passive-aggressive style rather than honest expressions of thought and emotion. Lots of hidden agenda, maybe family secrets, not spoken. Family relations marked by a puritanical attitude to the body rather than healthy tactile presence. A family where the parents are too busy about their careers to give quality time to the children, or too many children for the parents to cope with. A family in which a child is constantly told he or she is an underperformer compared with another sibling. A family situation that through death or illness or some other cause requires a child to become a surrogate parent. A family in which the child is adulated and or spoiled. A family where there is an extreme of either poverty or wealth, and there is no quality relational factors to make up for this. It occurs to me that one of the healthiest things to observe in teenagers and children growing up is rebellion. I worry about the good child that never kicks over the traces, that's never a problem. And one of the tasks of adolescence is to find out who you are, is to start pursuing that whole issue of identity. And if you sail through that period without having encountered that in some measure, sooner or later you're going to have psychological tensions and difficulties. This, I think, becomes a serious issue within our own Catholic tradition, where young boys were put in minor seminaries and were put into a situation, we spoke yesterday about the priest being on a pedestal. And I don't see how you could have a normal adolescence in a minor seminary. And I went to the seminary when I was 17. That was young enough. But I think it was a different time too. I think there were other factors, but I wouldn't recommend it today, certainly. I think there was lots of growing up that I had to do, and fortunately I found possibilities for doing that, some of which I've indicated. But the fundamental dynamic here is being put on a track of an image rather than on the track of an great emergence of who I am, the struggle, the dialogue with life that is grounded in reality. To present a 12-year-old boy with the ideal of the priest that you're going to be, and all backed with a culture that didn't look kindly on someone who left the seminary, and someone who was a quitter priest or a spoiled priest, all of which very often held people, I think, in unreal existences. And I've known more than a few men who've left the priesthood after one or other of their parents died. And I think that is a revealing fact. And it was a good thing that they did. On page 5, I've tried to, 5 and 6, tried to indicate the dynamic that happens. And it happens more or less, and I think it happens more or less typically with us all, and in extreme forms with some of us. And at the risk of being simplistic, in essence, I think the driving heart of idealization is anxiety. The healing that either prevents anxiety, the idealization becoming too potent, or can bring about the healing later on when it has become too potent, is love. The best environment to enable people to become real, to give them permission, help them to be who they are, is to love them as they are. as individuals. To simply give people images and demand through negative reinforcement and a lot of abstract ideals, this is what you've got to become, doesn't actually allay the human anxiety that haunts us all. So the dynamic, as I see it, is as follows. I am overwhelmed by anxiety about the way things actually are with me and my world. And this can apply to an infant, I think. You don't have to be actually consciously aware, consciously saying, I am overwhelmed. A child can feel that way. Have you ever seen those images that came out of Romania, for example, after the fall of Ceausescu, the kids in the orphanages, standing in those cots rocking themselves? That rocking is typical of someone who's saying, in symbolic form, I'm overwhelmed by anxiety about the way things actually are with me and my world. Now that's extreme, but it's indicative of a fundamental dynamic that's possible for all of us. Secondly, I unconsciously develop a false and exalted predefinition of myself that is more attractive. So I'm not accepted the way I am, so if I'm going to belong around here, if I'm going to fit in, I have to become, and we use our best talents, our ready-at-hand possibilities to do that. We may be the witty one, the gifted one at mathematics, the good runner, the strong one, the handsome one, the popular one, the personality one, all of which can provide a place of belonging that is in fact unreal. The very talents that we fall back on to get us through childhood can become terrible obstacles in adulthood. They can become escape routes. We all have a genius at self-perception. And as a chronic idealizer myself, I find that I have to be constantly working at being honest with myself. Because I constantly find myself slipping away into small dishonesties, but dishonesties nonetheless. And if I'm not at myself, and I use my journal to try and name it, and sometimes I find when I'm writing I slip away, I don't want to name it. I want to describe what's happening to somebody else. It's a constant effort to hold myself to be honest. Freedom is the result of honesty, and without honesty there can be no freedom. So this false image comes out of this anxiety. And then I develop a whole array of irrational and tyrannical shoulds. One of the manifestations of this idealizing project is you become judgmental of others. And I suggest that that is because I start to impose on myself unbearable burdens, and I don't like to see others getting away with not carrying those burdens. And I'm crying out. When I judge the other, I'm making a statement about myself. It's autobiographical. Driven by the shoulds, I force fit the predefinition of by willful effort. I live life back to front. I know the way things should be. The end is clearly in view. Now do it. It doesn't matter about sensitivities to others. It doesn't matter about courtesy. It doesn't matter about humanity. There's something must be put in place here. And I am sustained in this by the perception and the conviction of success, and the perception and conviction in turn are typically supported and promoted by the confirmation of the social system of which I am a member. The members of the social system assuming that I am the image. And one of the experiences of the idealizer is when he's paid a compliment, he doesn't really believe it. Because he knows in his heart what they're complimenting is the image, not him. There is a fundamental split that he recognizes, but he doesn't know what to do about it. In the mid-80s, I did the Myers-Briggs for the second time. You type in, you've all done it at least once, I'm sure. It was the going thing then, and it has some value. I wanted to do it more than once just to sort of as a double check. And I did it with this lady who'd tested a whole lot of Maras. And she said to me before she gave me the results of it, she said, do you feel as though you're a misfit? Do you feel lonely with the Maras? And it made me think. And I recognised that she'd put a finger on something, even if she wasn't saying it properly. And it occurred to me that I didn't fit, that I don't fit, that I'd spent too much of my time and energy and talent on trying to fit, not only with the Maras but in life, that I am actually a misfit who belongs. And you know something? So are you. We are all misfits. Every last one of us. But we all belong. Part of the idealizing process is to fit. And too many of us spend too much of our time and energy and effort in life trying to fit. Now, I'm not suggesting we just break out and say, I tell the truth, I tell it like it is. Someone who speaks like that is an idealizer. Beware the hard-edged, the white-knuckled approach to life, the grinding teeth. Two of the best authenticating signs, I believe, of good spirituality and good religion are grace and freedom. Does the person have a gracefulness about them, a graciousness? And secondly, does the person generate freedom? Does the person generate possibility? Or does the person possess and entrap people? Lent is coming up. One of the tests I apply to myself if I start to get a bit conscientiously religious around Lent time is, Michael, is it making you more gracious? Does it bring freedom into your life? Or is this just part of your idealizing project to become a holy man? And what a tragedy if holiness becomes the enemy of humanity. The whole thrust of the central part of our faith, the incarnation, the enfleshing of God, is the entry into the reality of our humanity. Jesus in the Gospels is recorded as saying, follow me. The idealizer hears that one way, the realist hears it in another way. The idealizer hears it in the way that the moralistic type would hear it. Okay, Jesus said love one another, so I'm going to go out and love people. And you tell the others by their hunted look. Or follow me. In other words, find the Christ in your experience, in your humanity. The starting point to get beyond this process is self-awareness. Idealizers are very unaware of what's going on and the consequences of their behaviour. And just as an example, it starts to manifest itself physiologically in, for example, you get muscle pain, bad back. I'm not saying every bad back is a result of idealization, but it's not unreasonable to expect that the body, which is the sacrament of the Spirit, starts to manifest the dis-ease of soul that's happening down there. So that in my own instance, I went through a period of having a terribly bad back. Now, one of my problems is I'm tall and skinny, so I pick things up and I damage my back, and I have done. But I had a bad back through tension. And I used to get migraines through tension. And I used to see it all as part of carrying the cross. If you really are committed, so just press on. And what I should have done, and what I should have been helped to do, was to say, hang on, what's going on here? What's actually happening? And it was, in at least two occasions, the source of a really bad episode of depression for me. I just sort of fell in a hole psychologically. And that ANS technique, which I put on one of the sheets, I developed out of that experience to break life down into doable bits Get out of bed. I can get out of bed. I can stand up. I can turn on the light. And to do reflectively what I would normally do pre-reflectively and very easily. But if you've ever known serious depression, these sort of simple tasks become very difficult. In depression, the world closes in. It becomes very small and very dark and very heavy. And the language in your depression is, I don't feel like. I don't want. The I has become very impotent. And you do not say to a depressive person, come on now, get yourself out of it. But I think you can say to a person like that, are you able to get out of bed? Gravity helps. Just roll to the side, okay? Start there. Can you stand up? Can you wash your face? And do it thoughtfully. And slowly reconnect, and you start to find that the world expands again and again. There is not only a genius for self-deception in all of us, there is also, and I suggest it's because of this longing for the infinite, the absolute, there is a tendency to absolutize the relative. Relative things become absolute for us in our idealizing mode. And of course, if we start to absolutize the relative, we relativize the absolute. And God becomes a relative part of our lives rather than the absolute. And we lose perspective. Religion starts, in its various facets, starts to become absolute. This ritual, this dogma, this timetable, this way of praying, this regimen, etc., etc. Adrian Van Kahn uses the expression existential transfer. The whole energy of my existence as such, longs, reaches for, inevitably and ineluctably drives towards the infinite, the absolute. And what happens is that energy and that intent gets transferred. Instead of going towards the absolute, it goes towards something that I have perceived and dressed up as the absolute. Priesthood, holiness, Christianity, Catholicism, whatever it is, my role. And I invest in that relative thing what really only belongs to God. And that's why I call it idolatry. And it is not without significance that in the Bible, the number one sin is idolatry. I think I might leave it there, except, Dennis Ryan pointed to me a book by Richard Rohr entitled Things Hidden, Scripture as Spirituality. And on page 99, talk about power. Priesthood is a ready-made place, role for someone who is under the burden of the idealized image, because the image is already there, and you can just slot into it, and you become omni-available, and you've got the answers. Used to be the case, and I thank God that I was in the 1970s sent to do the program that I was doing, which enabled me to start to deal with this pathology, because I think if I hadn't dealt with it, the changing times, which would have done serious damage to that image, probably would have left me terribly in tatters, I think. And I think priests who haven't been able to extricate themselves from the role of the idealized image that Catholicism had of priesthood have great difficulty in just being happy men. If you depend for your identity on that role, I think you're in big trouble. You've got to find your identity in who you are. And it's not something that you earn, it's something that's already given. It's something that, under grace emergence, unfolds in your life as you listen, as you be honest, as you pay attention. And Richard Rohr here is talking specifically about the use of power, and there's a certain amount of power available to us as clergy. And he says, having lived in clergy circles, I can say this has not changed too much. It is the nature of the ego in every age to misuse power. People who have an identity, have security, wear their authority lightly. You know where you stand with them. They communicate directly with you. It's not indirect. It's not passive-aggressive. It's not manipulative. You're not dealing with someone who is slippery. There's a transparency about them. Clergy are trained, dressed up, and largely rewarded for role and function, rather than for relationship, spirituality, or even competence. So it is not entirely their fault that career and ambition are a deep male need that these texts specifically warn us against. The male or female who does not know who he or she is from the inside will covet all forms of power, titles, costumes, procedure, roles, perks. Karen Horney, whose book Neurosis and Human Development I have found immensely helpful. Horney is spelled Horney, incidentally. Points to the fact that underneath this idealizing image, and this was quite a wake-up call for me, is self-hatred. A psychological rejection of self, and that's the very antithesis of Christianity. But she says that what happens is we start to externalize our lives. The internal reality, the inner life, we become disconnected from that. So what Richard Rohr is saying here, titles and costumes and precedents and roles and perks, and the external living out of life becomes more important than the inner reality. It's the inner reality that will give us security, give us confidence, give us the quiet, graced, free approach to life that people need and people look for, one that sets them free to be graced and free in the world themselves. Let's leave it there.